And welcome everyone. Let's do a sound check momentarily. Just hold on. All right, looks like that's working. So welcome to everyone. Happy Friday. Thank God it's Friday. So is everyone having an amazing Friday? I hope so. No reason not to. Hey, I don't know how many of you are into the crypto and Bitcoin and that sort of stuff, but today was a very monumental, and yesterday. It's been a very monumental day in the world of crypto and Bitcoin. And after the past 48 hours, the world will be a different place as far as the future for that sort of online endeavor. So I'm very interested in what's been happening. And anyway, I've been busy doing all that. And now we're here and it's Friday. So it's time to kick back, relax a little, and talk with all of you. And It's been a few days. I've been very busy, but I'm so glad to be here now and trying to keep everyone in mind here. Um, so that's what's happening. And anyway, so it's my time to relax. And I figured while we were relaxing, I want to discuss something extremely important regarding Delphi because, when we have this downtime, when there's no breaking news, um, I like to circle back around and focus on some of the most important and alarming details. So, with that being said, let me take care of this. Oh, I see what you're meaning. Okay, well, we'll try to do that, and we'll try to turn it up some. All right, and that's what we're working with. So, um, I'm glad to see all of you here, and let me say hello, first of all, to Amy here. Amy's here, and old Amy is my super mod. So, everyone, please respect Amy. Amy's word is uh, is the law in the chat. So please say hello to Amy, but also respect Amy's wishes. And anyway, hi Amy with the flowers. And we got court of public opinion here, my partner in crime, so to speak. Um, he says, be sure to subscribe and like, and I agree. All right, and welcome in to Lena, to Bonnie, to Dirty Diana, um, Heather Brown, Rebecca Ann 1965, Sweet Dude Shibby, and we're going to say hello to Heather Brown. She's my backup mod, and she's got Amy's back, so don't mess with her either. Um, I don't know. We got a troll in the chat. I'm gonna just let him be. But we got Oleg Cat in the house. What's up, Oleg? All right, and we got Possum Friend, her baby daddy. All right, who else is in here? Rhonda Holton. What's up, Rhonda? And we got old Court of Public Opinion. Oh, I said hello to him already. We got Ninja Warrior Assassin. We have Barbara Borman. Okay. Tracy Fleetwood. Looks like we have Nancy Drew 101 in here. We got Stephanie in here. Thank you for the cash app, Stephanie. Thank you. All right. Who else we got in here? Same old names, same old names. You guys were chatting it up. We got Heavy Metal Rehab. What's up, Heavy Metal Rehab? Sarah's in here. What's up, Sarah? Asha Harry. Who else we got in here? Carol. 43 Goblin. Nicole Watt. Umamanum. Okay. Miss K's here. Dina's here. Who's your daddy 11? What's up? And we got Rebecca. I said hi, Rebecca Ann. Um, we got Goddess in here. All right. Sons of God. 5 Green Acres. All right. Let me know if I miss you down in the chat. Everyone who's just lurking, please join the chat. We got Sunflower in here. Good evening, Priff and everyone. Okay, Lisa's in here. Kayla's in here. What's up, Kayla? We got Hebby Brown. I already said hi. We had Jean Jackson. Okay. Oh, she fixed it. Okay. All right, we got Kate U. What up, Kate U? All right, Plain Iron's here. What's up, Plain Iron? Rebecca Ann said I made a lot of money off of Bitcoin. Well, great. That's great, Rebecca Ann. So did I. All right. Nice job. Nice job. Criminal Network is here. All right, who else we got in here who I've missed? I haven't caught yet. Let's see. We got Marcy McQuarrin, Nobody Nothing 1717. Christina Dean. What's up, Christina Dean? Oh, we got some Bitcoin haters. You, crypto haters are funny. It's funny. Hey, inevitable. You can't fight the inevitable. Steve's Stubbs, what's up? Okay. All right. Who else we have in here? Plain Iron saying hello to everyone. We got TJ Bits, Carla Ann, Maria Alma, Keith Kellogg. Spike Dog. What's up, Spike Dog? Big JD 420. What's up, Big JD? Case KK Special. Chris A. All right. Four Pit Bulls Across America's here. What's up, Four Pits? Snarky Ass Angel is here. Okay. That's Hot Eye. Yeah, you're going through that Frank's memo again. It's pretty deep. It's pretty deep. All right. Smoky High, what up? All right. Indy Cindy, what's up, Indy Cindy? Trying to get into this thing. What's up? I'm not clean shaven AF. I was clean shaven yesterday, but I didn't do a show. This is day old. Indiana Hannah, what up? Okay. So, everyone, the program for today, we're going to talk about November 1st. Okay. Now, what's up, 26 Dead Zombies, dude? All right. Oh, did I get him up here? All right, there you go. What's up? Well, thank you. You must be going look at the you go and watch the old playlist. Yeah, I got a playlist for anyone interested that I did quite a while ago, in which we go through the entire Frank's memorandum. It's about 19 hours, I think. What's up, Grim Reaper? But November 1st, okay, November 1st was day 13 of trial. And so what we're going to focus on from that is Dr. Deanna Dwenger. Dr. Deanna Dwenger. Now, Dr. Deanna Dwenger looks like about an 18-year-old college girl. But apparently, she's the best they could do in Indiana for executive director of psychology at IDOC. Okay. She's so young. I mean, dude, she got her BA in '08. That's quite young. Okay. But then she went on to get a PhD. And there's stuff about her. If you Google her up, you'll see that she's You see that she's doing stuff, okay, and you'll see her. Um, and hey, I really have no huge problem with her. My huge problem is with Monica Walla, okay, and so, but she was Monica Walla's supervisor, and there are things surrounding that I'm not happy about. But what's up, Untamable? Who else came in here? Shotgun Susie, okay, okay. Yeah, Stephanie, you got to watch. I did a playlist. Maybe Amy can find the playlist and link it in the chat. But went through the entire Frank's memorandum. It's quite a lot of hours, but we really, we really left no page unturned. And and there's a lot about it now. Okay, there's a lot about it now because since then, in the past few months, Baldwin has drawn my attention to some things which I kind of glossed over, even though we went through it at such length. Um, Baldwin reiterated that we should pay extra attention to the footnotes. Okay, so for anyone going through the Frank's memorandum or even going through my playlist where we covered it, I would remind you that we did uh, we did miss some here and there with the footnotes, especially concerning Elvis Fields, I think, but other things too, polygraphs and stuff like that. But anyway, the Frank's memorandum. Pay extra special attention to the footnotes. What's up, Sandy D? What's up, Moonbeam 70s Child? Okay, everyone's coming in here now. Yeah, you guys do need to call on Miss Walla because I cannot. I am stunned about Miss Walla, and you should be too. And we're going to cover that later tonight as we get into it. Um, all right. What's up, Mar? R is a God thing. What's up? All right. No, what you're going to dislike about Miss Dwenger or Dr. Dwenger is that they all had knowledge of Monica Walla's obsession with the Delphi case, and that's where it's questionable because they allowed her to. Okay, they allowed her. In other words, they allowed that woman to treat a mentally ill man and medicate him, knowing that she had an obsession and a preoccupation with the Delphi murders, and knowing that he was arrested for such a thing. I mean, it's unbelievable that what they allowed, and that's why there's no pass here. There's no free pass here. Everyone should be held accountable for what went down because they all knowingly let it. Okay, they were all at fault here. Candy M, what's up? Okay, all right, all right, all right, all right. Still looking at the chat. Oh, didn't mean to put that one up. Do what you got to do. It's Friday. Hey, thank God it's Friday. All right. Um, yeah. So extremely unprofessional and unethical. They allowed her to come on in and treat him when she made them aware about her preoccupation with the Delphi murders and being a number one fangirl in the fucking YouTube streets. Um, so we're going to be getting into that. And I think I caught everyone. So welcome into the chat. And if you're just lurking, welcome on. Come on into the chat. And also, for those of you on the replay, please just leave some comments below. That's how you could join in. And please hit up the Cash App. I love when you guys support the channel. I need you to support the channel. If it were not for you supporting the channel, I would have not continued to keep going because this has been a hell of a ride. We rarely cover the troll farm anymore and the stalking, harassment, death threats, and all of that. But that's a whole thing that it's another level. It's just like everything is completely unbelievable with this case. Okay, from every angle, it's completely unbelievable. Even the death threats. Okay. And you have a guy who seems to have been there in Delphi on February 13, 2017, who has grifted off the case for years, who has said that he participated in the murders, who has threatened to kill just about everybody in this case, including the lawyers, Richard Allen, myself, and others. But it's been an extreme amount of trauma, okay? And it's all been allowed. You know, don't think that Indiana State Police doesn't know about what's gone on. And they've allowed it. They've allowed it for years. They've allowed it. And I'm to the point now, since this trial and seeing the guy who was literally threatening to kill Richard Allen and the attorneys being allowed into the courtroom, given preferential treatment and seating, it sort of looks like they wanted him to do that. But anyhow, I guess what I'm saying is please support the channel. We got the Cash App and the Buy Me a Coffee. And I know that you guys are aware of that. But for all of you on the replay or new folks, that's my pitch to support the channel and do that. I'm not going to put myself in YouTube jail. I'm not going to harass you for every 2 minutes like pubes. But anyhow, that's what we're doing. And so I wanted to cover November 1st because Dr. Dwenger did testify on November 1st. And I thought it would be a good chance for us to get some idea of what was said. And in the midst of it, we will deal with Dr. Monica Walla. And so what's the TLDR? What's a summary here before we even get into it? Well, a summary is, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. You know, I was just thinking about it this morning, which is why I chose to do this subject. So I was thinking, like, you've got to be kidding me with this case. You know, that basically what they did with Richard Allen is they tortured him and drugged him until they reached the point where they started extracting confessions. Can you imagine? This is even frowned upon at Guantanamo Bay. Think about it. Remember back in George Bush Jr. or Little George Bush, back in his days? God, I hated that guy with a passion. But when they were trying to go after these, oh, what were they called? The Bin Laden guys. I can't even remember now. They keep changing names. The CIA keeps changing their names. Uh, they bring in a new group every 4 or 5 years, and now you know now they call them ISIS. Um, but oh yeah, Al Qaeda. There you. Thank you. I needed help. I should be. I guess I'm not smoking enough to be able to think straight. Yeah, Al Qaeda. Um, but back in Al Qaeda days, okay, let's get back to the subject. Back in old Al Qaeda days, it was frowned upon because it turned out that they were waterboarding some of these Al Qaeda in order to get them to talk. Okay. And people said, no, 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 you can't do that. You can't do that to those terrorists. You can't do it. Well, it's funny though. It's funny because apparently you can do it to citizens of the state of Indiana because be assured that what happened to Richard Allen was beyond waterboarding. Okay, waterboarding is an instantaneous thing where it's done. It's done for a couple hours and then you're good. Maybe they'll do you for a week. Every couple out, they'll do you a couple hours every day for a week. But what they did to Rick Allen, it lasted for a year. Remember, it lasted for a year. They put him into that environment where they knew. Look, let's not get it twisted because it's just infuriating how the troll farm likes to gaslight and deny the obvious. Look, let's speak from a point of reality. They put him in Westville in order to be able to terrorize him the way that they did. Okay. This is not like a causative. Oh, this happened, then this happened. Whoops, then this happened. Whoop, then this happened. No, no, no. This is not causal. No. Every bit of this was specifically intentional. Okay, so what they did, they said look, let's do this. We need to get this motherfucker. So what we're going to do is we're going to put him in Westville because that's where we can do the most worst. So let's put him in Westville. Here's the plan, guys. When they're behind the scenes dreaming this shit up in their dark corners of the basement of the courthouse and in their little ritual circles with the private club. Okay, they said, hey, look, we got to put Rick Allen in this fucking Westville. We got Gallupo over there and Jones and Robinson and some others. They'll be able to really put some pressure on him. We got Wall over there. So what we'll do, we'll get his ass cornered in Westville. Okay, put him in the hole and we'll leave him in there permanently. Okay, and then we'll just let everyone shit on him, piss on his food, threaten to kill him and wife and his kids every day, bang on his doors, make as much noise as possible, call him a baby killer, a kid killer. We'll let him rape him if we can. We'll let him we'll put the shock collar on him, let him hit him with that shit a few times. We'll do everything we can to him. And in the meantime, we'll get Walla and let her start the Haldol injection routine. Okay. We'll set him up with a Haldol protocol, and we'll get him say what we need him to say because we know we don't have a case, so we'll be able to keep our foot on his neck there in Westville. Boom. So it happened. Okay. So they were able to make it happen. Now, keep in mind that Robert Baston told us all of these things and added the fact that they were smoking spice up in there, which all you have to do is go and Google what will spice do to someone, uh, and talk about what if you combine um, the psychological medications with the Haldol and with the spice and maybe even with some other shit in his food and torture him. Okay. Um, and you really have to sit back and think that they did this to that guy in order to extract those confessions. Okay. Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at, Gene Jackson. What's up, Gene? That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting, because they can't even do that to terrorists. You know, they can't do it. You can't waterboard anymore at Guantanamo or everything, whatever. You know. But hey, at Westville, yeah, sure, sure. Look, like I said, you have the solitary, and on top of that, you have the spice being smoked in the area. And on top of that, you have that he's on Prozac, and on top of that, you have the Haldol injections, and on top of that, you have the death threats, and on top of that, you have Mana Koala coming in and manipulating the mind. All up in the context of solitary confinement and the guards wearing Odin patches threatening to kill you, your wife, and your kids, or your kid. But to think that, you know, you take any normal person and they say, oh, well, you know, I guess they got the guy that killed those girls and he was found guilty. You say, hold on, wait, hold up. Do you realize that he was literally tortured, drugged, and manipulated to get those confessions out of him? Because you have to think, where would they be without the confessions? They would have gotten nowhere. They would have gotten nowhere. And that's just a damn fact. And listen, you know why it's that 15-day rule or 30 days for solitary? Because your mind will break. There's very few human beings on earth who can stand beyond that and not suffer a psychological breakdown. But it's the damnedest thing, because the troll farm and all the fucking idiots and Nick McClelland, they'll have you believe, oh no, he was in his right mind. He was okay. And he was put there for his own protection. And he confessed out of his own free will. And because he said he found God, and he wanted to come clean to his family. And if he would just, you know, say what he did and give the families resolve or a resolution, whatever. Hey, I'm not making none of this shit up. If you're sitting there thinking I'm making any of this up, you're in for a rude awakening, because you got learning to do. I'm not even able to convey it. See, because it's Friday and I've been doing other stuff all day. I've been attending to business uh, of all sorts, and I'm taking care of a kid, and I'm taking care of my dog and shopping. And because I'm doing things and I'm on a routine that involves working, I can't even convey it to you as effectively as I'd really like to. But you should really sit down for a while and think, if this was your kid or your father, think about what you'd want to be done to him. And like I said, the intention was never to go to trial. That's another thing, y'all. I don't want you to get twisted. The intention was never to get him to confess to use at trial. The intention was never to even go to trial. This entire time, I guarantee you, the intention was to compel him to take a plea deal. Because a guilty plea shuts down all objection. You know what I mean? A guilty plea means there's no chance at readdressing this, and there's no scrutiny. Okay, so the objective of these people was 1000% a plea deal. And the commentary from the troll farm should be what reveals that to you. How dead set they were on him doing that, and that to the extent that they were able to, they were willing to guarantee that he would plead. But see, what happened is he did not plead because he was mentally stronger than they thought. No matter all that they threw at him, everything they threw at him, it didn't work. But as I've said before, my opinion, as a side effect, they got the confessions, okay? They got the confessions as a side effect. In other words, by drugging, by putting the pressure, by threatening to kill, by consistently telling him he better fucking plea or you're going to kill his wife and his child, okay? And him. They weren't able to break him as far as compelling him to go and plea, but they definitely were able to break his mind and stress him out to the point where they got these statements from him after being, and trust me, my feeling is they were baited and fed by Monokawala, okay? Like, this was all stuff that he was told to say, that he was fed details. They fished for it, you know. Oh, tell us, did you see something that scared you? Really? Yeah, it was suggestion. It was suggested. Really? Did you think you saw a van? Is that what happened? You got scared by a van? Okay, and all that's happening at the time when he's being drugged, he's lost his fucking mind. They're putting drugs, on top of fear, on top of anxiety, on top of hate, on top of threats. Okay? And he's like, he's in a dream world. And he's like, well, yeah, I think. And like I said, if you don't believe it, you need to go sit down somewhere and just give it some thought. And hey, matter of fact, ask him that shit today. Ask him that shit today. Say, hey man, did you kill those girls? Ask him that shit today. That he's not undergoing that stress, that he's not being drugged, that he's not being threatened with death, that we know it. Go ask him that shit today. But you see, that's what I mean about what was done to him. That Zarik Snay made a post, and he said, well, I hadn't been around Facebook that much, but someone sent me some shit. People were talking crazy on Facebook, so I went to look, and oh my God. And it's true. It's true. Facebook and Reddit are the absolute cesspools. It's a bunch of know-it-all, mean, old, crotchety, old fucking Oh, what do they smell like? Mothballs. A bunch of mean old fucking crotchety old ladies who smell like mothballs talking shit on Facebook that know nothing. Okay, they absolutely know nothing, and they have no context for reality. Okay, they all want to be in a club. They want to have uh, affirmation, and the way that does is they all gather in their little Facebook group where they all smell like mothballs and baby powder and old lady butt, and they all you know signify each other. Oh yeah, yeah, totally. Oh, totally. He's a killer. Oh, he's a baby killer. Oh, yeah, yeah. But what they'll never sit down and say or even consider is the fact that, hey, man, it looks like this guy was tortured and drugged into making these confessions. Like, really? Like at the end of the day, that was a thought I had this morning. Is that at the end of the day, when all is said and done and you look at everything thoroughly, you go through it, you read everything, you see everything, you listen to everything, you consider everything. The only conclusion you can come to and still be in line with fact is that this guy, he was tortured and drugged until the point where his mind broke and he was in a cloud and he started making these confessions that he was being prodded for and suggested and led to by his doctor. And let me ask you that, mental health doctor, look, like any doctor, a doctor can do you the most harm in your injury by telling you by treating you in the wrong way. Hey, let's talk about vaginas. All right. Let's say you have some kind of problem, ladies. And let's say your doctor, instead of giving you the right treatment, gives you the absolute incorrect guidance and treatment and exacerbates your problem. Or, I don't know, what if it's a heart? What if it's a heart surgeon, or you have a heart doctor, you have a heart condition, and your doctor leads you the wrong way, and then you have major heart attack, and you die. Or let's say it's some broken, it's a sports injury. Okay, you got a sports injury. You're making $1 million a year on the football team or whatever it is, and in other words, you have $1 million a year body for performing sports, and you get injured. You go to get treatment from your sports specialist for whatever injury you have. And if that doctor doesn't treat you the right way, you can ruin the rest of your $1 million a year career. So let's say you're just 20 years old. You're only been doing it a year. So you made your million, but you're looking to the future. You still have 20, 30 million to make. That doctor, by mistreating you, just handicap the rest of your career. So now, no, you're going to walk like an old man at 22 years old. You'll never play football again. And he just took 20 million from you. So imagine Monica Walla. You have a patient who's at the uh, depths of a psychological break. And instead of properly treating that patient, you take advantage of the situation, basically ruin the rest of his life. Speaking of vaginas, there have been doctors who've done that. You've heard of the rapist gynecologist. That's basically what she did. Oh, Prof, stop talking about vaginas. The troll farm will clip you. Sure, go ahead. I'm concerned with that. But I'm hoping to use these extreme examples to prove or to drive a point into your minds that a doctor with bad intentions committing malpractice at the absolute worst of your need for treatment can do far more injury to you than any normal doctor in any normal healthy situation. And like I said, it's just with this case, no matter what angle you ever look at it, it's always far worse than you could ever imagine. And who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? Who would have thought when Richard Allen was arrested that that would be the course that this would take? I wouldn't have. But here we are. Anyhow, so I wanted to go through some stuff. Um, how should I do this? Let's see. You know what I'll do? I'll do it my way. I'll do oh gosh, come on. I'll open a new window and I'll just go just a moment. I guess I have to open a new window. This is just never ending. All right. There we go. We got that one. Why is that down? I don't want that down. Okay. So let's see. All right. So what we'll do, we'll look at a few of these. Is it Wish TV that I wanted to do first? Jeez, I can't even remember. No, it's WRTV. Okay. Hmm. Okay, remember, we're doing November 1st. Hold on, I see you got a troll in the chat. Typical fucking troll. All right. Now, let's see. We're going to read this one. So listen, I'm not going to go through the entire day because, like I said, there were multiple witnesses on November 1st, but we're going to go through. So look, it's called Day 13. Okay. Day 13, which was November 1st. The second witness called was Dr. Deanna Dwenger. A clinical psychologist who worked for the Indiana Department of Corrections Behavioral Health. Since 2021, she has been director of behavioral health at IDOC. Part of her responsibility with the state was to oversee contract employees such as Centurion. Centurion employed Dr. Monica Walla, who testified for the prosecution on her treatment of Richard Allen when he was in the Westville Correctional Facility. Dwenger said she worked closely with Walla's supervisor at Centurion. Dwenger testified she did not determine which DOC facility would house Allen, and she did not know who made that determination. I do. It was the head of the DOC. She added Allen was not held in a mental health unit at Wabash or any other IDOC facility. The defense attorney was asked, what? This makes no sense. This is the quality of your reporting here. But was asked about her interactions with Dr. Walla. Now listen to this. This is why I'm starting with this one. Let me remove this. Okay. Look at this one. She said Walla told her of her interest in the Richard Allen case after she was assigned to the case. Walla told her she was a true crime fan and listened to Delphi podcast. She said she sought counsel from a supervisor regarding that information. Yeah, you think that's a tad bit unethical? Read it again, Prof. Sure. The defense attorney asked Walla about her asked Dwenger about her interactions with Dr. Walla. She said Walla told her of her interest in the Richard Allen case after she was assigned to the case. Walla told her she was a true crime fan and listened to Delphi podcast. So in other words, this is not accidental. Let me remove this shit so I can be animated. So in other words, this is not accidental. You understand what I'm saying here? The number one executive mental health person in the IDOC knew at the time Wallaka went onto the case that she was already a fangirl listening to podcasts, blah, 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 blah. And so let's read it again. Again, She said Dr. Walla told her of her interest in the Richard Allen case after she was assigned to the case. Walla told her she was a true crime fan and listened to Delphi podcast. Hello? That's when you don't treat the patient. Since 2021, she has been director of behavioral health at IDOC. Walla told her of her interest in the Richard Allen case and that she was a true crime fan and listened to Delphi podcast. This comes with you. I want you to understand why I'm pissed. We don't have transcripts yet. We don't have transcripts yet. So all we know of this Dr. Dwenger's testimony is this reporting that's coming out of the courtroom. So do you understand what I'm saying? The executive director of behavioral health at the IDOC was notified immediately upon her assignment to Richard Allen that she was a Delphi podcast true crime fangirl, and she let it ride. Again. And the way that she's trying to get out of this accountability is to say she sought counsel from a supervisor regarding that information. Dwenger also testified she knew Dr. Monica had visited the Monon High Bridge before Allen arrived at DOC facility in Westville. Hello? So not only is she a true crime fangirl and listens to Delphi podcasts, but she's so enthralled with this Delphi murders that she's also had already been to the High Bridge. But the director of behavioral health, Dr. Deanna Dwenger, still allowed her to treat Richard Allen. Do you get why I am blown away by this? I mean, I hate to be explicitly vulgar again, but let me do it. Okay, your gynecologist likes 20-year-old blondes with tiny breasts. Named Ginger. Your daughter's named Ginger, and you're going to bring her to your gynecologist now and leave her alone in the room with that doctor. You're going to throw her to the wolves. And that's what was done to Richard Allen. They threw him to the wolves, Dr. Monica Walla. So Ginger goes in to see the doctor, and he ends up sexually assaulting her. And she doesn't say anything about it for 10 years because she's ashamed of it and feels partially responsible. And see, we don't have the transcripts for this yet. And you know, when we get those transcripts, do you understand how much more alarming this is going to be when we get to read it and hear it in her own words? Everybody can go look for this. Look, this is WRTV by Caitlin Kendall. This is from November 1st, 2024, from day 13 of the trial coverage by WRTV. All right. Let's continue. Dwenger was asked what she knew about Richard Allen's capabilities. She said she didn't know why he was placed in Westville. Well, I just told you, so he could be tortured and abused and drugged. She heard other inmates regularly threatened Allen. Okay. Now let's move on. Okay, let's move on. Listen to that. Remember, this is coming from the director of behavioral health. This is not coming from you remember how they like to try to discredit Robert Baston's letters because they say, "Oh, it doesn't mean it, nothing he says means anything because he's a convicted sex offender. So nothing Robert Baston writes in has any meaning whatsoever. It's Richard Allen's not abused." Well, Dr. Deanna Dwenger says other inmates regularly threatened Allen. She also said she was aware Allen was always on camera while he was in his cell. That concerned her, she said. She recommended the cameras be removed from his cell to improve his mental health. Dr. Dwenger said those cameras were never removed. Dr. Dwenger was asked about solitary confinement, oddly enough. And she told the defense attorney it was not good for mental health. Well, you're the director of behavioral health. Why are you allowing it? Couldn't you have directed that he be moved to a mental health unit or facility? I have a question for you guys. Why don't the warden, why doesn't the warden or the judge or anyone have to defer to the doctor's opinion about what should be done, or at least the director of behavioral health? Why didn't the doctors in this situation have some sort of power to get him into better treatment or a better environment? She told the defense attorney it was not good for mental health. She also said the Department of Corrections has a mental health policy that someone with a serious mental health illness should not be in solitary confinement for more than 30 days. Her testimony said Allen was diagnosed with serious mental illness, but spent 13 months in solitary confinement. Yeah, let me read that again for you all. This is especially for the idiot old ladies and trolls in the back. She said the Department of Corrections has a mental health policy that someone with a serious mental illness should not be in solitary confinement for more than 30 days. Her testimony said Allen was diagnosed with a serious mental illness, but spent 13 months in solitary confinement. But that's not torture and abuse? She also stated it is possible that someone left in solitary for a long-term period could suffer additional mental health problems. Yeah, you think? You think? On cross-examination, Stacy Diener asked Dwenger when Richard Allen was diagnosed with serious mental illness. Dwenger said he was not diagnosed when he first arrived at Westville Correctional Facility, but that he was diagnosed when he started to decline in April of 2023. A team of 3 mental health professionals discussed whether Allen was feigning mental illness or psychotic behavior in April of 2023. A psychiatrist met with Allen that month. The first report stating Allen was suffering from a grave disability was April 13th, 2023, when they determined Allen was not able to care for himself. The team of mental health professionals concluded that Allen had deteriorated enough that intervention was required, whether he was faking or genuine. Now, pay attention here, because the naysayers, they'll try to say, well, no, you see, he wasn't diagnosed with a serious mental illness when he entered Westville. Therefore, he wasn't there for 13 months with a serious mental illness. Okay, I'll give you that. Let's give you that. Let's just say that at a minimum, April 2023, April 13, 2023, he is diagnosed with a serious mental illness or quote unquote grave disability. That still means he's over the 30 days, because it's not just April to May. It's June, July, August, September, October, November. You see? Let's continue. Dr. Dwenger said Richard Allen was involuntarily given Haldol, a drug that was supposed to help with his symptoms of psychosis. During redirect, the prosecution object to every question asked by attorney Brad Rossi. Nothing new there. That nothing new there. That's how they roll. That's how Nick McClellan rolls, because he's a piece of shit. Remember me saying, which I try to say often because I feel it, that McClellan was literally like a child. Like McClellan was literally like, object, 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 object throughout trial and every single fucking pretrial hearing. The jury asked Dr. Dwenger for four questions. One of them centered around how medical professionals know if a patient is faking or if it's a real diagnosis. Dwenger said they listen closely to the patient's story. If it is organized, she said the patient is likely faking psychosis. If the story is disorganized, it's not easy followed, and it's not chronological, it's more likely that the patient is suffering from psychosis or is delusional. Max Baker was the next witness. Okay, so we'll let this go. Okay, I just wanted to show you that one because, like I said, we don't have transcripts, so this is the closest we have to the actual truth about what was said in trial. But in order to be somewhat thorough and cover our bases, we're going to go through a handful of these so that we do a little compare contrast of the reporting based on this. Okay. So let's do another one. Let's say WTHR now. Let's do the WTHR. Again, this is from November 1st, 13th day of trial. This right here is WTHR. Former fire chief says he he saw no clothes in creek the night Abby and Libby went missing. You know why? Because those motherfuckers were thrown there by one of the searchers or stagers of the bodies. You get what my theory is? I've said that so many times. You know what my theory is with those clothes in the creek? They come out of Kelsey's trunk or something. They're taken, tossed in the creek. But isn't it funny that I don't know if you remember this moment here, but former Fire Chief Sterrett says he saw no clothes in creek the night Abby and Libby went missing. And he also says he didn't see the girls. All right. But anyway, this is not what I'm attempting to show you. I'm attempting to, we're going to get on to Miss Dwenger. All right. There you go. Defense's fourth witness, Dr. Deanna Dwenger, behavioral health specialist for the Indiana Department of Corrections. 10:07 a.m. Every question defense attorney Razi attempted on redirect was met by an objection that was sustained. You see the point I'm making about that? So listen to the little arrangement they had, okay? Again, I'm sorry, I know I do this a lot. They had a little deal. McClelland's going to object to everything. Francis Gull is going to sustain every objection. See what the arrangement is? It's pretty good arrangement, right? Pretty sweet deal if you're the prosecutor. Every question defense attorney Razi attempted on redirect was met by an objection that was sustained. A juror asked Dwenger if safekeepers are ever placed in the general population. Dwenger said yes. A juror asked if Alan may have faked mental health symptoms to stay out of the general population where Alan may have been harmed. Dwenger said that was possible, but she had no knowledge. See, that's not correct reporting, is it? Okay, a juror asked Dwenger if Dwenger ever heard of threats against Richard Allen herself. Dwenger said no. Of course she couldn't, because she wasn't in the facility. Are you kidding me? A juror asked if while faking mental health concerns, a person could slip truths in a confession. Dwenger said she has seen psychotic people confess sincerely and psychotic people make things up. Are you getting a little bias in this reporting from WTHR? A juror asked how a psychiatrist can tell if someone is faking psychosis. Dwenger said in a brief psychotic episode where someone is detached from reality, the clinician has to listen to body language and the chain of the story. Dwenger said if the story is organized, the person is probably faking psychosis. If the story is disorganized, not easily followed, and out of chronological order, it is more than likely the person is psychotic or delusional. A juror asked whether the process what the process is for an inmate with serious mental illness who is a safekeeper. Dwenger said it's the same as for any other inmate. A juror asked what the IDOC's primary responsibility for safekeeper inmates is. Dwenger said safety. Dwenger is released and court took a morning break. Do you see a stark contrast between WTHR and WRTV's fucking coverage? You see that? Like, look at this, what we just read. It was almost like it was a PR piece to make Alan guilty. See? A juror asked if Alan may have faked mental health symptoms, blah, 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 so he wouldn't be harmed. A juror asked if Dwenger ever heard threats against Allen herself. Dwenger said no. A juror asked while faking mental health, because you get the 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 um, the slant there. This is what you deal with Delphi murders, man. This is what you deal with. It's something else. Look at the stark contrast to this excellent reporting by WRTV. Look at all of this, right? Caitlin Kendall knocked it out of the fucking park in contrast. Because you ain't getting none of this, right? You didn't get none of this shit right here. Walla told her she was a true crime fan and listened to Delphi podcast. She sought counsel from a supervisor regarding the information. She knew Walla had visited Highbridge. Did you catch any of that in this WTHR fucking PR piece right here? All right, let's continue. I'm sure that look, little Lauren, hidden true crime Lauren, she could probably get a good job with WTHR or Murder Sheet. Okay, here. Let's move on to this one. This is WLFI. Okay. Stick with me here. Yeah, well, the dense attorney is a typo. Look, typos are allowed, but fucking gaslighting is not. So, anyhow, let's continue. The second witness of the morning was Deanna Dwenger. She was the director of behavioral health at the Department of Corrections. Dwenger said that she had never previously met Allen, but had heard of him. Part of her DOC responsibility was overseeing contract employees like those who worked for Centurion. Centurion employed Dr. Monica Walla, a prosecution witness. Oh, ain't that rich? Isn't that rich? Walla told Dwenger of her interest in Richard Allen's case after being assigned in 2023. Waller told her she was a true crime fan and had previously listened to podcasts about the Delphi investigation. Waller also advocated for Allen to see his wife. The defense asked if it was unusual for a psychologist to visit a crime scene. The doctor said yes, but she did it before she was assigned to Allen's case. She explained that Allen was coded as a D when he arrived at Westville Correctional Facility, saying he benefited from individual therapy. She also knew of Allen's around the clock video surveillance while in the prison. Dwenger said, Walla suggested removing the camera to help with Allen's mental health. They were not removed. Dwenger also said Allen was in solitary confinement and told the court it could impact a person's mental health. Okay. It's not too bad. It's not as thorough as the WRTV, but it's more along the lines of reality. Okay. Now let's go to Wish TV. You guys doing good? Happy Friday. Happy Friday to everyone. I know this is, it's not the most lighthearted subject matter. All right. Again, this is from Greg Montgomery, Ashley Fowler, and Jasus Ronimus. Delphi Murders Trial, Day 13 live blog. All right. Oh, here we go. At 9:27 a.m., defense calls Dr. Deanna Dwenger. Dwenger tells the jury that she oversees the Department of Behavioral Health at the Indiana DOC. She says she's been the director of the department since 2001. Dwenger says that her main job is to oversee the IDOC's contract with the contractor, who actually does the employing for the IDOC's behavioral staff. Dwenger tells the jury that she generally knows who Richard Allen is. She confirms that Allen was transferred out of Westville Correctional Facility. She says the solitary units at Westville and Wabash Valley Correctional Facility are similar. She says she has not personally met Allen and did not make the decision to move him and does not know who did. Dwenger says that Dr. Monica Walla, the assigned psychologist for Allen, told her after she was assigned to Allen that she had a special interest. Dwenger tells the jury that Walla told her about listening to Delphi podcast and recommended it to her in 2023. All right, let me stop there because I'm about to flip my shit. All right, wait, no. I see what's going on here. Sons of God. See, I knew you were fucking with me. You're Tracy. Tracy Ostrowski, ladies and gentlemen. Troll bitch number one. Here's what's going to happen. You're permanently banned. You're going to have to try another fake account. That gives me a pause to advertise my artwork and photography. I don't know if Amy would like to post the link, but I do have merchandise and photography. And when I visited Delphi before trial, I exercised my amazing skills at photography to try to do my best to capture some of the sites that I thought to do so. And you can see that. You can see some of my photography on the artwork website. So since someone wants to come and try to see, she just wants attention real bad because I would not move in with her. Same thing with Noe. She tried to get Noe to move in. Look, nobody wants to move in with your old ass, okay? That's how it is. You're old. You have a husband. I could see why he doesn't want to mess around with you anymore, but you need to leave us alone. You're a weirdo. Keep my name out your mouth. All right. Sorry, guys. So guys, I have to deal with these psychos. It's Delphi. It's Delphi. We got psychos. Look, this is the same woman who goes around saying that on the helicopter footage, you can actually see the girls. You can see the one guy killing. She says the guy in the orange outfit searching the river is literally killing the girl on camera. And I've never seen so much misinformation come out of one single person. She's a disinformation agent. She probably is part of this human trafficking or sex trafficking that's run out of Indiana. It's probably why she tries to confuse that. Listen, if you don't understand this about Delphi yet, you need to, because I'm going to have to make this explicitly fucking clear to you, because I know that people don't understand this. Let me pull this down since I've been distracted. She wants to sidetrack me. Listen, this case right here, I promise you, there are people who have inserted themselves into this case solely for the purpose of inserting or injecting disinformation into the community. And what I mean by that is there are people that come into this case that the only thing they do is inject rumor after rumor after rumor after lie after lie after lie, distraction, obfuscation, confusion, chaos, bewilderment, suspicion. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, like for real. We have a case that involves the murders of 2 little girls. Which is why I've said to everyone I speak to, when people call me or give me info or blah, 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 I always say this: where's the receipt? Where's the receipt? Why do you think I do that? Well, I'll help you out. It's out of respect. Out of respect for those 2 victims, I'm not going to believe a lie. I'm not going to spread a lie. You could be telling me the truth. But if you don't have something to prove to me that it's the truth, you can kick rocks. I'm not here to spread misinformation, disinformation, lies, rumors, confusion, doubt. But you know what's fucked up? There are people here whose sole purpose is to do that. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? And they're always the trolls. They're always the trolls. They'll tell you a million fucking things you never heard of, and you're like, what? Oh yeah, it's on video. There's this and that, and 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 I saw this and that, and I heard the mama this, and I heard this and that. And I say every single time, I'm like, okay, how do you know that? What's the proof? Where's that coming from? What's the evidence for that? But see, that's why I always circle back to something's wrong here. I say it because kids die every day. Children are murdered every day, right? It's a normal occurrence, unfortunately. But why is it that in this case, with these 2 kids, is it all of this? You got to think about it. You have an entire structure in the legal system that's meant to address this. That means the Indiana State Police, the Carroll County Sheriffs, the Delphi Police, the Fire Department, the volunteers, the prosecutor's office, the judge. You see, you have an entire legal structure meant to be able to address. address and handle this problem. But then you have something different. You have an entire PR campaign that's established. In other words, YouTubers, this one, that one, this one, that one. Podcasters, this one, that one, that one. Newspapers, this one, this one. TV stations, that one. And you think it's a fucking game that this would happen over two random dead girls? This ain't two random dead girls. Promise you. If you ever thought that Abby and Libby, Abigail Williams and Liberty German, were two random dead girls, mm-mm. But you see how they do it. They always do the same fucking technique. They come in normal. They come in normal, and then they let an hour pass, and then by an hour and a half in, they start dropping the distractions. Why? Because that's right when I'm getting to the meat of the show. So I'm getting to the meat of the show, to something that's worth talking about, and they want to come in and derail. And it's the same every time. And I know the bitch is watching me now. But for real, look, I don't know if you guys are trafficking humans. I don't know if it's all dark web based and pornography of children. I don't know what exactly. We haven't gotten to that. Oh, man. We're just this close. But it seems to be kind of a combination, honestly. That's why the Buster Hernandez story is so important. For those of you who don't know that, you need to get to know that story. My buddy Skip often talks to me about that story. You know, it's because the same techniques that Buster Hernandez used, it's sort of a same MO with Delphi, to the extent that I'm almost positive that when Delphi happened, the first thought of the state police was probably this Buster Hernandez. But they use a combination of human trafficking, of CSAM, and of dark web. And unfortunately, it has to be the web that connects Delphi to these other crimes. These are the tentacles. There's no other option. See, when you do the process of elimination, you come down to it. This is what you're left with. These have to be the tentacles. Anyhow, I bet she regrets coming in now because I just shined a little more light onto the actual fucking problem here. Anyway, trying to derail. You just made me cover both aspects. So good. Thanks. I believe we were here. And here is we were reading the WL. I don't know, were we? No, maybe we were reading this one. Wish TV. Yeah, we were on Wish TV. So we're back here at Wish TV. So thanks everybody for putting up with my little rant. All right. Let's get back to what's important here. See, that's why they're doing this, because this shit is really fucking important. I was going to highlight this, so let's get to it. Dwenger tells the jury that Walla told her about listening to Delphi podcasts and recommended it to her in early 2023. Reporter note: Allen went to Westville at the end of 22. What? Hold on. So, see, this is a little more. This is why we're looking at several angles, because we look from every angle and we see something different every time. So Walla recommends podcast. So Walla, Dr. Monica Walla, while treating Richard Allen, recommends Delphi podcast to Dr. Dwenger in early 2023 while he's at Westville. Okay. So let's put this into context. November, or at the end of 2022, Allen enters Westville. Walla starts seeing Allen. By early 2023, Walla says, "Hey, Dr. Dwenger, my supervisor, the head bitch in charge, director of behavioral health for IDOC. Yeah, you should listen to this Murder Sheet podcast. It's really great." I hope you understand what I'm saying. I feel like I'm not making my point exaggerated enough. Why this bothers me? It's why this bothers me, because, in other words, Allen comes into Westville. She starts seeing Allen. She makes it known that she's a Delphi podcast fangirl, and that's all good. That's all good. They allow that shit. Conflict of interest, they still allow it. But then she even gets comfortable enough and gets to the point where she looks at the director of behavioral health, her super supervisor, and says, "Hey, yeah, you should listen to this podcast." It's actually infuriating. I get close to tears. It's like an emotional roller coaster. It upsets me to the point that I'm flabbergasted. It's upsetting. Dwenger says that she knew that Walla had visited the Monon High Bridge, but says it was before being assigned to Allen. Dwenger tells the jury she thought it was unusual to visit the crime scene of someone you work with, but said that Walla talked to her direct supervisor about the issue more. The state requests another sidebar about the use of the words crime scene. Yeah, because Nicholas McClellan was shitting his pants at this, because this is bad. That's why I'm getting upset emotionally right now. This is so bad. Yeah, he was shitting his pants. Exactly. Her boss was like, "Okay, have fun treating your patient." Dwenger tells the jury she's familiar with Dr. Martin and that he is a psychiatrist and administers medication. She says Dr. Martin is no longer working at IDOC. Yeah, let me stop there. Okay, sorry. I'm going to pull it down. This is how you know shit ain't right. Look. And this is what's fucked about how this is allowed. Because they ain't one of these POSs working for IDOC anymore. Not even John Gallipo, the warden. So do you get that? Do you get that? Not one of these motherfuckers are working with the Indiana Department of Corrections anymore, including the warden. They flushed the toilet of all of these bastards. Okay, but that's not good enough. See, that's corporate America way of dealing with it. Resign. Just resign and you can go away. Resign and you can go away. All of this will go away. Just resign. Hand in your resignation letter. What they all need is criminal charges. And these doctors need their licenses stripped away. Okay? Because just going on to abuse the next fucking person in line, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. They need criminal charges and they need to have their credentials stripped away from them. That's the only way you should deal with this type of shit. All right, let's continue. I'm sorry, when I get upset like this, it's hard to get unupset. All right. What's up, Mark Ellis coming in? What's up, Mark Ellis? How's your mother, bro? How's your mother? Jeez, man. I bet whoever that was on a damn cell phone. All right. Let's continue. All right. Let's continue to listen. She says Allen was assessed in Indianapolis and was assigned a D code in mental health. She explains that a D code means a person that would benefit from a specific and personal therapy treatment plan. Dwingers tells the jury that she doesn't know if there's ever been safekeepers in either Westville or Wabash Valley. She says she doesn't know why he was assigned there. She says she knew there was video cameras in his cell and that worried her. She said she recommended the video be removed, but it didn't happen. Okay, so the head behavioral health doctor for the IDOC recommends you remove those cameras. Well, they don't even do that. Why shouldn't the doctors have the final say in any of this? I just wonder. Dwenger tells the jury that the solitary confinement can impact mental health and that it's not unreasonable to think being in solitary would have a negative impact over time. Yeah, no kidding. She says 30 days or more solitary happens only if the inmate is severely mentally ill. She tells the jury that 30 days. You see, this right here is inaccurate. This is where the listener was confused, so the listener reported wrongly. So she didn't say 30 days or more happens only if the inmate is severely mentally ill. What she said was that if the inmate is severely mentally ill, then their policy is not for more than 30 days. See, this reporter got a little mixed. This is why we're going through 5 or 6 of these. Compare them all. All right. Dwenger tells the jury that Allen was severely, no, that says gravely disabled. She explains the difference between mental health monitoring and mental health treatment. She says, treatment is more focused on actual therapeutics. She says the therapeutic setting at Westville was not ideal. Okay, Dwenger confirms she was on the team that discussed Allen's care, though was not directly treating him. She described herself as a sounding board for those who were. The state requests another sidebar after Rozzi asked Dwenger about solitary confinement for mentally ill patients. Oh, yeah, because Nick McClellan's shitting his pants over this. Listen, remember, the only time you see Nicholas McClellan freaking out is when the shit's real bad. Because he's a real cocky, arrogant, overconfident, uh, ego fucking weak motherfucker. So when you see McClellan constantly object, sidebar, that's when he's freaking out because the shit's really bad. But unfortunately, this jury was retarded. They didn't pick up on any of this human shit, right? It's like, what happened with this jury? All right, at 9:56, Rozzi ends questioning. Diener begins cross-exam. Dwenger confirms Allen was not severely mentally ill and began to decompensate until he was in Westville Correctional Unit. She says he was first contacted about Allen in April 2023. She says that's when the core team was formed. Okay, let's fix these typos. Allen was not diagnosed by this team as severely mentally ill until April of 2023. Upon being placed in Westville, he began to deteriorate his mental health and his physical health, by the way. For those of you who haven't seen those photos of him, maybe you should seek those out. He began to physically and mentally deteriorate upon being placed in Westville. Okay. The first contact she describes was coming from Dr. Walla asking if Allen could have a meeting with his wife. Dwenger tells the jury that at that point, Walla told her that Alan was faking it. Now, that's a detail worth extracting. That's why we're doing this. Now, listen. Dwenger tells the jury that at that point, Walla told her that Alan was faking it. So let's get this straight. It's not her opinion that Alan was faking it ever. Who's coming to her saying that Alan's faking it? Come on, chat. Oh, we're going to turn up the heat on this bitch because she's something that she's a nasty. Oh, she's nasty. Yeah. The same one who's the Delphi true crime fan girl, podcast junkie, visiting the crime scene, excited, recommending the murder sheet, blah, 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 blah. That very piece of shit is the one who's going to the director of behavioral health for the IDOC and saying, oh, he's faking it. Skank. Yeah, skanky red. He's faking it. Oh, tell me about the white van. Okay. I mean, let's be real here. I should read it again because I like reading again the bad stuff. I do the inverse McClellan. I reiterate the bad shit. I don't object to it, make it go away. The first contact she describes was coming from Dr. Walla asking if Alan could have a meeting with his wife. Dwenger tells the jury that at that point, Walla told her that Alan was faking it. Oh, yeah. You don't think so? You think so, babe? You think he's faking it? Oh, really? You think he's oh, you want her to burn? I mean, you want him to burn? You want him to go down for this? He's definitely guilty. Okay. Remember, this is the same terminology. Remember what Jody Williams told Fig Sauls. He's 100% guilty. She's seen all the documents, and she wants him to burn for it. She's glad he's in Westville because that's where he belongs. Remember those quotations? I know that you remember those quotations because I showed you the text messages myself. And she just happens to delete all of her notes from treatment, right? And let me tell you this. If you haven't figured this one out yet, she had infiltrated all sorts of defense-centric groups. That's where she was getting her information from, because people from the defense were talking to people on the outside who were sharing little groups. And you know who was inserting themselves into those chains and those text message chains and those group chats? Dr. Monica Walla. So not only did she have all the information from the prosecution side that they were feeding her, she also had everything from the defense side that the defense investigators were discussing in her presence, where she was info farming that defense. She had both sides. Do you understand that she had access to information from the prosecution and the defense, she was putting it together and going to Richard Allen, treating him. And that's a fact. And I know it, and I got receipts. Dwenger tells the jury that the team was called an MDT, a multidisciplinary team. She explains that gravely ill means that you aren't able to take care of yourself. She says it got to the point where it didn't matter if he was faking it and they needed to intervene. She explains Haldol shots to the jury. She says it helps with psychosis symptoms, and being gravely ill is a symptom of psychosis. Razi objects. Oh. Of course he does. What else would he do? At 10:04 a.m., Diener ended her cross-exam and Razi begins his redirect. Diener asks for a sidebar. Reporter notes, judge looks frustrated. That means things are going well on the stand and bad for the prosecution. State objects again after Razi asks another question. So both end. And the jury asks questions. Question 1. Does the DOC ever place safekeepers in general population? Dwenger says yes. Could it be possible Allen was faking so he would not be moved to general? Dwenger says it was possible, but didn't know for Allen. Did you hear threats to Allen from other inmates yourself? Dwenger says no. How would she? Come on, man. Could a person slip in truth of a confession even when faking it? Dwenger says it's hard to tell, but yes. Well, that's another pointless question. She says you can tell if people are faking it based on the organization of thoughts if the conversation is goal-oriented and chronological. She says Allen was not having delirium. What is a typical process for safekeepers with severe mental illness patients? Dwenger says it's the same as general. What is the primary obligation to a safekeeper working with an inmate with severe mental illness? Dwenger says it's the same as general. And there, you see, guys, let me say this. Those two questions, let me remove this comment. Those two questions are good questions. 5 and 6. What is the typical process for safekeepers with severe mental illness patients? Dwenger says same as general. What is the primary objection or obligation to a safekeeper working with an inmate with severe mental illness? Same as general. Okay, that's where rule change needs to happen. Think about it. Do you out there, do you people out there, do you think that a person with severe mental illness in the facility should be treated exactly the same as the general population when it comes to the babysitters, safekeepers interacting with them sitting outside of their cell? Remember, what are the safekeepers doing? Well, primarily they're made up of other prisoners, but potentially they could be guards. Okay, so they're either other prisoners or guards, and they're stationed to sit outside the door, and of course they chit chat with the patient or with the inmate. Don't you think that if a person is suffering a severe mental illness, that their safekeeper babysitter who could be an inmate or a correction officer, don't you think that person should be treated as directed by a doctor? In other words, maybe don't talk to them, or maybe do talk to them, or maybe here's what you're allowed to, or here's what you're, some sort of medical guidelines. So for me, this 5 and 6 here, this is the jury actually showing some signs of intelligence and maybe pointing us towards a brighter future for treatment of pretrial detainees and prisoners in general. I mean, we're talking about treatment of human beings. So you have a human being with severe mental illness locked up in a cage. The only thing he can hurt is himself. Don't you think there should be some guidelines in place for the handling of that person? I mean, I know some of you in here are actually professionals in this arena. I mean, look, they could have easily been sitting out there exacerbating his condition, which is what I think exactly is what happened. I think he's undergoing mental illness. They're sitting outside of the cell and they're doing sinister shit, telling him that they're going to unalive him, maybe that he should unalive himself. They might be singing songs to him about unaliving, taunting him, telling him what they're going to do to his daughter when they get out. Do you understand the type of shit that they could have been saying to him? So this shit's a fucking circus, man. Whoever says it's not is part of the problem. Like I said, imagine if it's your son or your father. Imagine. All right, we're gonna pull up another one. This one's done. All right, let's go with next up is Court TV, and you don't expect. I hate to be negative, but don't expect much from Court TV, as you know. All right. Okay, Christy, I hear you. Let me take a moment then and look at it before we get too far along here. Just so you guys know, I have my text messages all muted and whatnot during the show, so I don't hear if texts come in. So you gotta like relax. Yeah, I don't see anything, Miss Christy. All right. Anyway, let's get back to it. Okay. Just a moment, please. All right, we're rolling. Let's see. We're going to do this one here is the Court TV. Nothing burger, but let's get to it. Here we go. Dr. Deanna Dwenger, a clinical psychologist who worked for the Indiana DOC Behavioral Health, testified about her knowledge of Dr. Walla's high interest in the Delphi murders case. Oh, she should have never been allowed to treat that man. It's really a shame. All right. Dr. Dwenger said she heard other inmates regularly threatened Allen. And he was always on camera while he was in his cell. She recommended the cameras be removed to improve his mental health. So again, this is not coming from Robert Baston. This is coming from the head of behavioral health, executive director at the IDOC, Dr. Deanna Dwenger, who says she heard other inmates regularly threatened Richard Allen. She testified that policy is inmates with serious mental illness cannot be in solitary for more than 30 days. Allen was diagnosed with the serious mental illness in April 2023 and was in solitary for 13 months. Again, head of behavioral health at Indiana Department of Corrections, Dr. Deanna Dwenger says, Dr. Dwenger also said Allen was involuntarily given Haldol. Involuntarily. Okay. Is there any question about that anymore? When I say he was tortured and drugged. Okay. In other words, where is it? Tortured, drugged. It's easy as that. All right, now we're moving on to Indy Star. The Indy Star Day 13 coverage. This one's pretty good. Let's read the title here. Delphi investigators grilled by Richard Allen's defense team. Okay. Here we go. Richard Allen was seriously mentally ill while at Westville prison, IDOC psychologist says. Allen arrived at Westville Correctional Facility in November of 2022. With depression and anxiety disorder. By April of 2023, around the same time he began confessing to the crimes, hello, red flags, he had been diagnosed as seriously mentally ill. Dr. Deanna Dwenger, Executive Director of Mental Health Services for IDOC, told jurors Friday, and they still found him guilty. Again, I want to read that again. just because I can and because it doesn't hurt to hear it twice. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up my chat here on the little iPad. All right. Again, this doesn't throw up red flags for you. Nothing will. Nothing. Listen, you're dead. You're like those mothball, baby powder, funky butt old ladies on Facebook or meth smoking troll farm. You're never going to agree that something is wrong here. That's just the bottom line, right? Let's read it again. Because if you can't hear this and know that there's a problem, something is wrong with you. Allen arrived at Westville Correctional Facility in November 2022 with depression and anxiety disorder. By April of 2023, which is 5 months later, around the same time he began confessing to the crimes, he had been diagnosed as seriously mentally ill. Dr. Deanna Dwenger, Executive Director of Mental Health Services for IDOC, told jurors Friday. Dwenger, the fourth defense witness to take the stand, said that prolonged isolation and segregation aggravated Allen's mental health condition. Allen was kept in solitary confinement for a little over a year at Westville, where inmates are meant to be placed in isolation for a maximum of 30 days. And that's not alarming to anybody? See, that's what I'm saying. It's not genuine to say that this guy's guilty. He confessed. He's the guy. He's got it. Just let it go. Just let it go. Just let it go away. You're just not being genuine. Which is how you reveal yourself. And keep in mind, at any time that we're talking about a specific thing, we're not talking about the other 1,000 specific things. You understand that? We're not talking right now about Jones and Robinson, the Odinist guards who had Odinist altars in their Facebooks, or the fact that Robert Baston said that John Gallipo is an Odinist and is the leader of the Odinist, and they're the ones who torture and abuse prisoners, inmates. We're not talking about all the death threats about the communities and all the bodies, all the deaths around the community. We're not talking about all of the anomalies with the fucking case. All the forensics, all the cops, all the investigation, all the family, all the prosecutors bullshit, all the blah, blah, blah. We're not talking about none of that. We're just talking about this. We didn't talk yet about the 70 days of deleted fucking interviews. What police organization in the world, tell me one police department in the world that would lose a week of deleted interviews, or that would delete a week's worth of interviews? Oh, tell me one police department in the world that would lose a month of interrogations. Tell me a police department in the world that would lose 2 months and then add 10 days to that. You see, we're not talking about any of that. We're just talking about this, and it's as bad as humanly possibly imaginable. Again, Allen was kept in solitary confinement for a little over a year at Westville, where inmates are meant to be placed in isolation for a maximum of 30 days. And like she said, serious mentally ill, not a moment longer than that. And even the fucking UN and all the other bullshit says you can't treat a prisoner of war like that. But here you have a pretrial detainee, Richard Allen, who there's no evidence for that even committed the crime. Allen, his attorney said, was fed through a door slip. The lights in his small cell were never turned off, and he was constantly monitored via a camera. Yeah, and he was also bothered by the lights, the sound, the constantly being called a baby killer, and the death threats and the threats to his family. We haven't even mentioned yet that he's sleeping on the floor, drinking out of the toilet, smearing shit on himself, starving. Dwenger also said Allen was also diagnosed as gravely disabled by Westville's mental health staff. Yes, it was a panel of 3. It wasn't just one doctor. Allen's grave disability wasn't specified. No, but it was a serious mental illness diagnosed by a panel of 3 doctors. And after that April 13th, 2023 diagnosis, he was still left in this solitary confinement for how long? Allen's decline began in the spring of 2023 when he told family members he'd found God. Yes, remember, oftentimes finding God is an aspect of schizophrenia or the beginnings of a psychotic episode that's prolonged. And I'm not saying always, because of course, the mentally astute and sober and very most balanced individual can find God. But it's also kind of a predisposition for people as they enter schizophrenic type of episodes to go towards the spiritual dimension. He later began confessing to the crimes in several phone calls to his wife and mother, to prison guards who were assigned to monitor him and keep a log of his behavior, and during sessions with his therapist. Coinciding with his confessions was a series of bizarre behaviors. Do you think that's accidental? Look, let's go back. Series of bizarre behaviors coincided with confessions. By April 2023, around the same time he began confessing, he had been diagnosed as seriously mentally ill. Do you see a little something hand in glove here? But coinciding with these confessions was a series of bizarre behaviors, such as flushing a Bible in the toilet and eating his own feces, and being diagnosed as seriously mentally ill by his 3-panel mental health group. Yeah, it's a shame they do it. It's a shame they do it, and I want to call them out because they're pieces of shit for doing that. Those are troll farm. Look, let's be clear. Many of you don't know what troll farm is or who's a part of that group. Do you understand that? You don't understand what the troll farm is and who comprises the troll farm. There's more than you think. Okay, there's more than you think. Of course. And here's the kicker here. Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. Well, see, I'm getting my back starting to hurt. Time to wrap this up. Here's a kicker. Just like she did at the very beginning of this when it came to this Dr. Deanna Dwenger, oddly enough, during trial, Dr. Monica Walla, Alan's therapist at Westville, testified earlier this week that she believed Alan was feigning his bizarre behavior. Oh, bitch, you don't ever need to practice medicine again in any place. Ever. I mean, I don't care where you shouldn't practice in Argentina, South Africa, fucking Ecuador, when I'm telling you my blood boils, so let me guess. So at the beginning of her treatment with Richard Allen, she tells Dr. Dwenger, "Oh, I think he's faking. I think he's faking his mental illness." And then he goes all through this episode, all the way through. He drops 40 pounds. He almost dies. He has several man down incidents. And then blah, blah, blah. And then he starts to bounce back, right? But she carries her ass on into that fucking trial. And she says, "Oh, yeah, I think he was feigning his mental illness." Anyway, it ends like you would expect. It ends like you would expect. During cross-examination by Diener, Dwenger, who oversees contract employees like Wallace, said Allen was not diagnosed seriously mentally ill until he started his decline in April. At that time, the mental health staff at Westville determined that Allen was deteriorating enough that he needed intervention, regardless of whether his symptoms were fake or genuine, Dwenger said. One juror asked if a person who's faking mental illness slips in truth in a confession. Yeah, think you had your mind made up. Dwenger said if a person's story is organized, that person is probably faking psychosis. If a person's story is disjointed, he or she is more likely psychotic or delusional. Oh, look, what's that? Jurors hear from witness who reported seeing older model vehicle. Oh, that's not Richard Allen's car, is it? Oh, this kind of coincides. Look at here. It says that Bradley Heath reported seeing a vehicle near Child Protective Service building, maybe dark blue, an older model, reminded him in a car he saw in a Tommy Lee Jones movie. It looked out of place. That kind of aligns with the Betsy Blair 1965 Comet. Why am I just noticing this? Oh, I didn't go to trial and we don't have transcripts, so we can't even fucking call out obvious red flags like this. So you telling me Brad Heath witnessed a vehicle that resembled a 1965 Comet as well? Because maybe one was there, and maybe it wasn't Richard Allen's car like they try to make it seem. Tell you what, man, this case is shit. All right. Well, tell you what, give me 1 second to refill my cup, and I'll be back. Please just, it'll literally be 1 minute. Oh, man. I cannot believe this shit. All right. So, tell you what, this is. I'm supposed to have a nice time on Fridays, but I end up doing content instead of having guests. I should just have guests because, hey, look, I got friends. Where's Alex? Where's Alex and Noe? We should have panels on Fridays because then I won't get all fucking into the deep waters and serious and upset. But since we're already here down this road, I gotta finish. All right. Yeah. Where Alex? Where Alex and Noe and Rick and everybody else? Can we get on the panel and just laugh and talk shit? I can't keep this up. This shit's giving me a aneurysm. It's gonna give me an aneurysm. All right. One more for y'all. All right, y'all. So what this is and honestly, listen, I know I'm saying I don't want to be more upset. This will get me more upset. But what this is here, as you know, there's a lot of things we don't have transcripts for. Okay? Real talk. So one thing we don't have transcripts for is Dr. Monica Walla's August 31st. No, it was July. Sorry. So let's rewind. Okay, let me tell you exactly what this is. Remember the 3 days of hearing? 3 days of hearings? July 31st is one of them. I'm just going to see who remembers those. That's been a while, you know. They were some of the most important, for real. That those 3-day hearings in the summer were some of the most important hearings, and I wish we had all the transcripts. We have some of them. And by the way, regarding those confessions, Brian Harshman, I've done it. Look, I did a whole show. And if you're interested in that, you should go and watch it. It's called The Confessions or something like that. Let's see. Let me go see what it's called. Yeah. It's called The Confessions. It's 4 months ago I did it. I called it Delphi The Confessions, brought to you by the good old boys of Carroll County 4 months ago. In that show, I go over the Brian Harshman version of the Confessions and how basically what Brian Harshman did. See, he was another fucking pawn in this game. This is all chess. This is all chess, and all of these people are on the chessboard. And Brian Harshman, his whole deal was he was able to take a number like five confession-like statements, okay? And what he did some exponentials. He said, oh, it's 65. So he turned 5 into 65. That's Brian Harshman. Because he had the magical ability to understand what Richard Allen was subconsciously communicating just by getting to know his method of communicating over time by listening to 700 hours of calls. Just like he was magically able to suddenly transform into a voice analysis expert for the state of Indiana and in front of the jury on the stand under oath give his non-expert expert testimony about the voice of Richard Allen being the voice that was matched, being the voice that matched that bridge guy recording on the video. Yeah, that enhanced. Yes, that enhanced. That enhanced audio that the victim captured on the phone. Yes, in my expert opinion, as a non-expert, but a cop, but an expert, but not an expert, just from having listened to him for hundreds of hours, I can tell that that's Richard Allen. It's Richard Allen. It's Richard Allen's voice on that enhanced audio from the Bridge Guy video. Yes. Anyway, Brian Harshman, and the reason I was able to do that is because we have the transcript of Brian Harshman. Say, but what we don't have is the transcript from that July 31st hearing of Monica Walla, which I think we should have. Some, geez, man, I really want it. Too bad the troll farm didn't pay for that one. They didn't want to pay for that one because it was bad. See, they only paid for the ones. Are you guys getting it yet? All right. When the troll farm went and bought several transcripts from those hearings of those 3 days, they only bought the transcripts that they thought were damning for Richard Allen, like the Brian Harshman and the Jerry Holman. See? So they didn't buy the Monica Walla. So that's why it's not out, because none of us have ever thought to go and buy it, and now it's fucking too late. Because if you try to buy it now, yeah, they'll sell it to you for $1,000, whatever it might be, but you're gonna have to wait until Jody Williams is done with the entire trials transcripts that got to go to appeal. So it'll be 2-3 months from now. That's the excuse they're giving for not giving exhibits right now. They don't want to give the exhibits right now because they're saying, well, we don't have time. And if you request it in the way that we want you to request it, even though we're not going to tell you what that is, but if you happen to request it in the proper way and we decide it's fitting all of our requirements for a requesting of an exhibit, we might consider giving it to you when we have time in our busy schedule, because we're important, busy people. but we're stuck without this. Remember, we don't have trial transcripts at all. So, of course, we don't have Monica Wallace's trial transcript. We don't have Dr. Deanna Dwinger's trial transcript. And we don't even have Monica Wallace's July 31st transcript. But what we do have is this beautiful document I'm laying out for you here. Okay, thanks to Yellow Jacket, who went through the fucking trouble of producing this for you by sitting her ass in the courtroom, writing it down, and then turning it into a typed document. So this is what we're going to look at, because I have referenced this document at least 20 times on this channel. It's been very helpful, and it's so emotional to me. Every time I read through this, I have an aneurysm, basically. It's really appalling. It's hard to fathom that this is reality. But I'll go through it. I'll go through it for you. Again, I mean, I've already, like I said, I have covered it before or referred to it many times. And this is going to sort of confirm some of what we were just reading from Dr. Dwinger, who was saying that in April, he was particularly in dire circumstances. And oddly enough, this is the exact time he's giving these confession-like statements. Anyway, y'all. Yay for Prof. Crew. Thank you, Prof. Crew. Shack Attack. We got the Derek, Cody, Shack. Oh, yeah. We got no phone dumps, and no acknowledgement of existence, right? But those are the three unmentionables. Can't talk about the cabin. Can't talk about Derek. Can't talk about Cody. Remember the Shack Attacks for the long timers? Those of you been here a while. The unmentionables. And now we got to add, Ron Logan, Keegan Kline, Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Elvis Fields. You know, we got a whole bunch of unmentionables now. I was at the hearing. Monica Wall is a real piece of shit, coy and flirtatious on the stand with both sides. Oh, I'll slut shame her right now. Yeah, that's how she gets away with bullshitting everyone. Okay. All right, y'all. So, yeah, remember Nancy Drew's old school. Nancy Drew. I used to drive people crazy with that with that party horn. Remember? I'd love to just like lay on it, hit it over and over and over again. Shack Attack. All right, moving on. I'm getting delirious. Must be the Prozac and Haldol and solitary. Okay, look. So here's what we are talking about. Let's get on to point here. All right, Yellow Jackets notes. Now keep in mind, y'all, you're not going to be able to understand really. These are bullet points from the July 31st hearing. Okay. So basically the way this works is it goes sequentially. Okay. So the way we go through this is we go to page 4 is where she comes in. Okay, 2, 3, 4. There we go. It's kind of too small. So She's called up. Okay, Razi calls Walla. She's the lead psychologist since 2011. No prior work with Department of Corrections. Assigned by administration to treat Rick. Ooh, that might just be a pertinent detail. So the administrator of the prison, or maybe it's that centurion, someone specifically assigns her to treat Rick. You see that detail there? Assigned by administration to treat Rick. Varied communication frequency. Daily for 4 months upon arrival and during suicide watch. Daily for 4 months. And then for some reason, she moves to weekly for a month until April of 2023, which is when he has his psychological breakdown. I wonder if it's true that she requested it. Of course she would. She's a Delphi fangirl. Okay. April 2023, when he's at his worst, she goes back to daily for 4 months. Involved with other level therapists. Well, remember, that's probably referencing that 3-panel team when he was at his worst in April. Thank you, Rebecca Ann. All right. Okay. Contact usually occurred while Rick was in his cell during rounds. Offered once a week out of cell therapy at cell door. Rounds involved saying, "How you doing?" through the door slit. Did not even open the port door. This was standard for mental health rounds. 15 people were in solitary confinement. Sometimes Rick was in a cell, but not in his assigned cell. What? Rounds occurred dozens of times a day. Not so much time was spent with each inmate during rounds. That means you never spent time with them. You just walked around and you say, "Hey, how you doing? Hi, are we okay today?" Check. All right, let's continue. Sometimes Rick was in a cell, but not his assigned. Oh, I got that one. Okay. Rick was placed in a holding area for Walla's visits. Rick was on suicide watch when he arrived at the reception diagnostic center. He didn't sign anything because he wasn't allowed a pen. Does that mean the only records of that are video from the facility? What's up, Captain America? All right. Walla is unsure if she addressed confidentiality right away. Oh, so she's unsure whether she told him Everything's between us, Rick. Hmm. Boy, this is just, it gets worse. Every line gets worse. Waivers were eventually signed, though. Unsure of when. Oh, yeah. Extremely professional. 8 items don't qualify as confidential. Content unknown. Cell conditions. 8 by 12 feet. Allowed out 1 day a week, she thinks. Recreation time, 1 time a week, she thinks. Should be 1.5 hours, 3 times a week. No companion watch during this period. They wore smocks, supposed to be caveman garb, acted as a deterrent for recreation because wieners. Well, I'm only laughing to keep from crying. You get that, what that means. So he's in the suicide smock, which is almost a see-through paper type garment. So maybe he's declining recreation because he doesn't want to go out in that because his wiener's flopping around. You see that, right? I mean, I'm not making this shit up. She sat in the hearing. And remember, we don't have this transcript. All right, keep going, Prof. Diener objects. Objects. Of course, because it's horrible. Are you fucking kidding me, Indiana? Oh, he's guilty. He's definitely guilty. He's the guy. He confessed. Diener objects to relevance of recreation time in relation to psychology. Are you fucking kidding me, dumbass? Razi counters by stating Walla should know about such matters. They move on. Cell video and observations. Walla probably viewed cell video. What? How would you, how, being a Delphi fangirl, think about this. Monica Walla. Being a Delphi fangirl, are you telling me that she could not definitively say whether or not she had seen cell video? I don't buy it. She probably saw cell video. Yeah, she fucking definitely saw it. You know why she didn't want to answer that? Because she probably shouldn't have saw it and she didn't know what the law was, so she didn't want to say yeah I saw it or no I didn't, because she didn't want to lie, but at the same time she didn't want to get anyone in trouble and say yeah I saw it when she wasn't supposed to see it. So she says probably. Okay, where are we? Noted that Rick paced a lot, 5 steps each way. Yeah, that's a sign of anxiety. Are any of you parents out there or teachers, or have you ever been around kids or animals? Maybe you take care of dogs. You understand that pacing is a sign of anxiety, right? One would say extreme anxiety. She thinks he had a light on all the time, which could be considered a form of recreation. Brah. You're an idiot, bitch. It's a form of torture. Walla doesn't know the specifics about Suicide Watch. You should. believes it's probably a good idea for him to have the light on. Huh? Let's see. He said it's stressful to have the lights on. All right. Cell observation. Walla noticed Rick's windows. She acknowledged he slept and ate on the floor. Okay, you understand? You hear me out there, people? I'm saying he's tortured and abused and drugged to coerce these confessions. She says she acknowledges he slept and ate on the floor. Rick told her there was a problem with rats. Walla finds this distressing. Rick was in one of the 4 most isolated cells. Other inmates would yell, remember, this is Monica Walla, things at Rick. Kill yourself. Baby killer. This bothered Rick and Walla, as did the general noise level. Walla was familiar with Rick's cardiac history, Rick's history of depression, but no formal psychological evaluation was conducted. No formal structured interview. Only about 15 to 20 minutes spent in initial assessment. Oh, the deets keep coming, baby. Ooh. Walla knew that Rick had major depressive disorder, and by his standards, it was not a serious condition. What? But she disagrees. So she knew he had major depressive disorder, and he didn't think it was serious, but she disagreed. So she agreed he had major depressive disorder. Medical history. 2019, hospitalized for depression. On psychotropic medication since age 25. File indicated Rick was at risk of suicidal ideation. History of generalized anxiety disorder. Yes. History of personality disorder. More severe anxiety when separated from family. Yes. Code D was assigned to Rick at some point. A to E is the scale, which represents stages of symptom acuteness. Newcastle would usually be the top choice for level E psych ward level patients, which Rick was just teetering on. Fragility in solitary confinement. Rick was fragile upon admission. Being thrown into solitary confinement led to defensive reaction. He became verbally taunting. Described as having an eggshell personality. Yes. Suicidal ideation on intake and administrative decision. No records indicate Rick was suicidal at intake. Placed on suicide watch due to high risk no matter what. Yes, that's what they call safekeeping. Admin was going to keep him there no matter what, she said, referring to AO status, administrative observation status. Restrictions and suicide blanket. He was on restrictions till he left Westville, offered 1 to 3 hours of recreation a week, provided a suicide blanket, a hard blanket. Oh, Lord, I'd love to see what that is. I don't even know what that is. All right, let's continue. Did Walla order companions for Rick? No, not at all. It wasn't her place to suggest. Yeah, that was Gallipo. Come on, let's be real. There were problems with Rick's companions from the start. Ooh, it's getting rich right here. Juicy. Look here. There were problems with Rick's companions from the start. They talked to him about his case and other inmates. At least one companion told his family about Rick. Rick told Walla he was frustrated with his companions. He believed they were untrustworthy. When Rick told Walla about the companions asking about his case, the companions asking about his case, the companions asking about his case, she didn't do anything about it. Walla acknowledged it's not ideal, but it's the system. Companions are paid for their work. It's considered a job. I told you. I told you. Listen, there's problems with Rick's companions. They talk to him about his case. They're going back and leaking it to the outside. Rick's frustrated about it. He thinks they're untrustworthy. He tells Walla about the companions asking about his case, and she didn't do anything about it. She says, I don't know, it's not ideal, but it's the system, dude. And it's considered a job. Sounds like they were info farming too, doesn't it? Well, March 2023, psychological program expanded to 40 Indiana State prison inmates. Walla thinks the program was shut down. Walla sought Rick's consent for the expanded program. Both Walla and Rick agreed the program wasn't a good fit per doctor's orders. Walla let Rick make the final decision, and he said no. Yeah, you haven't heard it because the transcripts ain't out. That's what I'm saying to y'all. This shit right here, listen, if you want to do a fucking fundraiser, do a fucking fundraiser to purchase Dr. Wallach's July 31st, 2024 transcript. I can't pay for it. I mean, shit, I'm asking you for cash apps for the, just to keep rolling here. But I'm guessing it's going to be $1,000. I don't know what these things cost. But like I said, Troll Farm bought a few of them that they thought were bad for Rick. Harshman, Holman, Mullen. But they didn't buy they didn't buy Dr. Wallace. Okay, let me continue. I'm sorry. I'm getting upset. Counseling sessions. Okay. Oh, is that true, Leave with Love? Is it sealed? How is that even legal? There's no HIPAA shit here. Like, this is more a reflection on IDOC than it is on Richard Allen. Can't he sign a HIPAA waiver and say, like, look, Fuck sealing this shit. Why is it sealed? If it's sealed for his benefit, it would be his benefit to have this unsealed. All right. Yeah, I've never understood why we don't have this transcript. These notes, the longer you read through these notes, the worse it gets. Because trust me, we haven't even gotten to the bad part yet. Sorry. I'm laughing to keep from crying. Okay, where are we here? Rick was one of Walla's first pretrial patients. Sometimes down the hall for more involved sessions, sometimes in a 2 by 3 foot triangular cage made of concrete walls with a gate in the front. There's a similar area at Wabash with vertical bars described as a shank cage. Walla had been to Wabash before. Traditional versus actual therapy. Rozzy describes traditional therapy session, which doesn't align with Rick's experience at all. No formal therapeutic evaluation was conducted. Walla provided handouts on depression and anxiety. That's his treatment. I'm sorry. Y'all, for real. For real, y'all. Listen, Rick's treatment. Here's some handouts. I got some brochures on depression, anxiety. Good luck. By the way, tell me about the white van. Okay, where are we? Gave him a mandala, a memory book, crossword puzzles, and crayons. Well, I guess thanks. I guess. Lady. All right, let's continue. I'm serious. I'm only laughing to keep from crying. This shit makes me want to fucking explode. Okay. Walla's abilities were limited by the administration of DOC. Focus was on basic conversation, medication management. You know what that means. Shoot him up with that fucking Haldol. Let's get these confessions, babe. And general talk about Rick's condition. You mean case. There, I fixed it. We talk about suicide to make sure they're safe. Okay, doctor-patient privilege and exceptions. Question, did Walla ever talk to Rick about exceptions to doctor-patient privilege? Response, unclear. Notes say, think, oh my God, she's so. What? Oh, I can't interpret that one for you. Okay, follow-up question. Does Walla even know what the exceptions are? Response, Walla lists everything except confessions related to homicide charges. Additional question about waivers. Walla doesn't know. Walla's employment and notes. Walla technically works for Centurion as a DOC contact or contractor, paid by Centurion with a few employment contract switches over time, contract renewed every 3 years. Walla made daily rounds reports. Her original notes were conveniently shredded. Yeah, you heard it. Importance of notes and Rick's claims of innocence. Agreement that Walla's original notes would be the best record. Yeah, don't you think so? You would think so. Wallace says Rick proclaimed his innocence at the beginning. He was fixated on his wife and believed she was misrepresented. By December of 2022, Rick emphasized that he was being treated badly. Oh, what is that, a month in? It's a month in. So a month in, he's already emphasizing to his doctor, Monica Walla, I'm being treated badly. Red flags? All right. By March 2023, Rick stated, I don't feel right. Walla acknowledged his baseline is depression and categorized his condition as poor, critical, deteriorating. Here's where it gets rough, y'all. Check this out. April 1st, 2023, documented suicidal ideations, delusions. Death would bring relief, he said. She observed insomnia, poor appetite, hopelessness, low self-esteem, and more, unspecified. By April 2nd, noted Rick was more critical, specifics unclear. At some point, emergency involuntary medication administered. Reason? Head injury and self-harm. Are you keeping up with me? Fast forward. By April 13th, grave disability noted. Remember, this is when the three panel decides that he's seriously mentally ill. Observed consuming feces, considering involuntary medication via injection again. Involuntary medication hearing, a hearing was held, and involuntary medication was administered. On April 21st, Walla had a conversation with Rick regarding his competency to stand trial. She believed he called her and expressed concern about his deteriorating mental state. Walla observed disjointed thoughts in Rick. On May 3rd, Rick confessed. I want to confess. Walla questioned if he was being truthful and he made similar statements multiple times. By May 12th, Rick's disorganized thinking had accelerated. On May 18th, he had a man down incident due to his next scheduled injection. On May 18th, he had the man down incident. Janice was present and was shown documentation of Rick's vegetative state of depression. Depression peak and signs of improvement, May 22nd. Depression at peak is noted. Physiological symptoms included trembling, stuttering, buckling knees, bulging eyes. Let's try to rectify that. So let's step away from a minute because this is a lot. I'm moving real fast. Imagine we just went down this downward spiral of mental health. Now I want you to compare and contrast that with her testimony at trial that he was faking it. Make that make sense. Come on, y'all are smart. I got the best fucking chat in Delphi. I already know it. Smartest people, best guys. Make that make sense. if he's faking it, how is he trembling, stuttering, buckling knees, bulging eyes, vegetative, uh, confessing, having man down incidents? He what's the other one? He's eating fucking feces, insomnia, poor appetite, hopelessness, depression, suicide, grave disability by a panel of 3 doctors, but he's faking it. And remember, like I said, he's on a ground level of Prozac, mid-grade Haldol, next level baby killer, kid killer, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill your wives. Top level Jones and Robinson and the Odinist guards threatened to kill his entire family, leaving the lights on, making noise, sleeping on a cold floor, the entire box. Okay, the context he's in, or the context. Telling you what, like, I feel like it's just astonishing that we even have to do this, that we have to have this discussion, because this all speaks for itself. How is this not obvious to everyone out there in the world? I mean, what kind of world am I living in which I have to actually say this stuff? I mean, but I feel about that with every aspect of my life, like with politics, with finances, with everything. I always feel like, how does everyone not see what is actually fucking happening in front of their eyes? I mean, they're telling you for themselves. It's out in the open. It's the most fucking obvious thing you could imagine. Let me try to do this. Whoops. So I apologize. Let's try to do it like this. You can see this better. Let's see. Check out the interesting. Okay, it's even going to get more interesting now. By July 11th. So remember, we're into April, May, June. Bad time. Now check it out. By July 11th, some signs of improvement were noted. Some signs. In October, Walla and Rick were still having sessions, despite Rick already being sentenced. He continued to proclaim his innocence. Okay, listen. By October, he's continuing to proclaim his innocence. Well, what's before October? Fucking July, when some signs of improvement are noticed. So as he comes out of this, some signs of improvement are noted. June, July, August, September. By October, he continued to proclaim his innocence. This is interesting. It's mentioned that maybe 3,000 out of 12,000 inmates receive regular injections. Unclear what this means. In November, Rick reported, now here's important, continued harassment. In November, Rick reported still being haunted and harassed. This harassment occurred over the phone and spanned a significant time period. This means someone's harassing him over the phone. Do y'all know that? Someone's calling him. Who's calling him is threatening him? It's noted that a psychotic process was occurring between March and June. Yeah, no shit. Diagnosis of psychosis was noted in Walla's notes, including catatonic state, disorganized speech, considered a serious mental illness. Razi states he was sent here for safety, highlighting the contradiction. Yeah, I would say so, Razi. That's why I love your ass. I don't like everything you do, but I mean, the bottom line, you're not one of them. He's sent here for safety. Jesus. As a doctor, do you agree that he met the criteria for severe mental illness? Answer, no doubt. Meaning yes, Rick met the criteria. Yet, the court declared the DOC to be a safe environment for Rick, despite the serious mental illness. Serious mental illness and solitary confinement policy. Serious mental illness patients are typically placed in solitary confinement for 30 days per Indiana DOC codes. Walla acknowledges this policy. She notes the policy exists due to potential effects on the brain and because it's a documented protocol. Bro, I have to come back. Like I'm saying, every fucking level of this oversight absolutely knows what's going on. Remember, they knew before she came onto this shit that she was a Delphi fan girl and obsessed with the podcast and all this shit. Every single fucking level knew that. Every single fucking level know that he's going through a serious mental illness. Every single fucking level knows that it's a 30-day guideline for Indiana DOC. She even notes, and we're talking about psychotic fucking Walla. She even acknowledges that the policy exists due to the potential effects on the brain and because it's a documented protocol. Exceptions in Rick's case. Exceptions to this 30-day policy are made for individuals deemed an extreme danger to others. Walla asserts that Rick did not fall under this extreme danger exception. Question: approximately how long was Rick in solitary? Answer: 12 months. I'm telling y'all, like I say, they do this shit out in the open in front of your face and you ain't gonna do shit about it. That's the attitude. Questions about IPAC, Indiana Protection and Advocacy Services Commission, versus IDOC lawsuit in Southern District Court are raised. Diener objects. It's not relevant. Razi argues that this case established policies relevant to current proceedings. Razi highlights the rules of proof and their importance. Gull allows the line of questioning. exhibit from the case is presented to Gull. Sections 21 and 28A of the DSMIV are referenced. Mention of SMI apted or appointed serious mental illness, and a statement suggesting that the DOC violated someone's rights. Shame on you, DOC. You violated rights. Diener is visibly upset, pissed, shaking her hand. Yeah, I bet. I bet. Because it's bad. This is why an investigation needs to come down on all of this, each of these people. APA Code of Conduct. Razi provides Wallah with documents regarding exceptions to privilege. He reminds Wallah about statements related to homicides not being privileged, which Rick was allegedly not informed about. Discussion about APA's Code of Conduct. Of course, this shit has built to such a climax, and it's built to such an intensity that got to take a recess, take a break, 10-minute break. You got Janice and Kathy crying. You got Diener and McClellan pissed off beyond all fucking recognition. Goal's having a fucking head is exploding. And guess what? All of this shit was allowed to fly and go to trial. No one said shit about it. Discussion about whether Rick Allen was coerced and influenced by his environment. Oh, you don't think? All right. Mr. Allen, Rick, contends he was treated poorly due to his mental state disability, which is not consistent with established guidelines. That's coming from Miss Wallah. Diener objects. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Don't say that now. Of course. Arguing Wallah lacks authority to declare whether DOC violated policies regarding his serious mental illness status. Well, who the fuck can speak with authority on whether the DOC violated policies regarding his serious mental illness status in a fucking pre-trial hearing, lady? Razi counters by saying, we still have to prove human-created coercion. Razi asks for foundation, seeking to establish Wallah's expertise and authority. Question, are you familiar with the DSMIV? Wallah responds, yes, likening her familiarity to knowing the Bible. It's like my Bible, I guess is what she said. Question, are you familiar with the lawsuit between IPOC v. IDOC? Wallah confirms and acknowledges the case settlement defined SMI, serious mental illness, which the DOC adopted. Now we're getting into some meat and potatoes. Wallah's authority and experience. Razi argues that as a lead psychologist, Wallah has authority and experience to comment on treatment guidelines for patients like Rick. 30-day policy and safekeeping status. Diener references the 30-day policy for SMI patients and notes that Rick experienced a brief psychotic disorder. Yeah, you see what that is? That's trying to get out of it on a technicality. Wallah explains the existence of both the PPD, which is persistent, or PDD, persistent depressive disorder, and serious mental illness thresholds that influence treatment approaches, including the 30-day policy. Wallah explains the existence of both the PDD, persistent depressive disorder, and SMI, serious mental illness thresholds that influence treatment approaches, including the 30-day policy. She states this information regarding Rick would be considered new documentation. Walla clarifies she can't comment on whether safekeeping status overruled the 30-day SMI policy during court hearings. SMI diagnosis and exceptions to privilege. Diener inquires how an SMI, serious mental illness, diagnosis can change exceptions to privilege concerning homicide cases. Razi's personal knowledge of SMI cases. A series of questions are posed to establish Razi's extensive personal knowledge of SMI questions. Drawn on personal knowledge of cases you followed regarding to SMI. Involved listening to podcasts? Yes. Followed on Facebook? Yes. Significant knowledge before Allen's treatment? Yes. Visited mental health building? Answer: yes. Out of curiosity or intentional detour? Intentionally. Follow more closely after Keegan. Oh, you know what? That must have been Monon Highbridge. So this seems like an error in the notes. Visited Monon Highbridge, MHB? Answer: yes. Out of curiosity or intentional detour? Intentionally. Follow more closely after Keegan Klein? Yes. Interested in Keegan Klein's doctors? Yes. More closely after Allen's arrest? Yes. Intentional routine to listen to podcast on commute? Yes. Sought information on Keegan Klein at work? Yes. Sorry about that. I hit the mic. Could access to private documents, personal history through software? Yes. Did this regarding Keegan Klein? Yes. Is this a policy violation? Yes. Ooh. Do you realize what we may have just read there? Are we saying that she accessed Keegan Klein's mental health records through her access to software out of her desire to snoop into the Delphi case? It sure does seem. See, Insight software, yes. Did this regarding Keegan Klein? Yes. Is this a policy violation? Yes. Murder Shits is chewing gum. They're so nervous. They're about to give birth to a little baby boy. Chewing that gum up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You see, this is the waters. They don't want to get into these muddy waters here. Okay, this is where they don't want to be getting into. So Murder Shit's going to chew that gum. It's hard to understand what's being said here because these are handwritten notes that someone has typed. You know, it's rough. It's hard to interpret these. But it basically looks like, did you access or did you post a Facebook comment after Rick's arrest considering he was your patient? Yes. And commented on podcasts? Maybe. At any point, did you talk to Rick about social media content that he had supporters? Yes, I told him because he thought everyone hated him. I'm sorry, lady. I'm sorry, lady. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. You can't be doing that. Razi hands Walla ethical considerations from the American Psychological Association. Principle B, Accept responsibilities and seek to resolve conflicts. Question: could your social media activity be a violation? Answer: I don't disagree. Bitch, that means yes. That means yes. Principle E: rights to dignity and privacy. I can't interpret that response, but a question about conflict of interest regarding Walla's intrusion. Confirmation that there is a conflict. Question: do you agree that there is a conflict between being personally and legally involved? Yes. Could your online activity interfere with your activity in treating him? No. Not with what I need to hear to treat him. What about following others on social media? No. Did Walla obtain other confidential information? Yes. Did she make notes? Yes. Were the notes destroyed? Yes. Is it a violation of Rule 4.0? Not sure. Everybody does it. What do I do with that paper? You see what I mean, y'all? About how this is some fuckery. Like, this is level 1,000 fuckery. And she was allowed to testify in his trial. All right. Discussion about how Rule 4.0 necessitates a conversation about patient privacy, confidentiality, and exceptions with the patient. Follow up: I don't think so. You see, she doesn't want to take a. You know what I'm getting from this juncture here? She doesn't want to take responsibility for her little fuckery with the social media and the back and forth involvement in his treatment. That's where she's. You notice a little pattern here? That's where she's trying to play damage control when it comes to social media and treating. That this is where she's fucking backed into a corner. I don't even want to continue. I'm fucking stressed. God, man, my eyes need a break. My brain needs a break. Okay, where are we? Record keeping and APA guidelines. Additional questions regarding record keeping standards. Walla's response: in terms of testifying records, how we've always done it. Walla is shown the APA guidelines. Impression that Walla isn't familiar with them. Not as much as I should be. Litigation, record keeping liability. Discussion of the rules regarding reviewing and preserving records in anticipation of potential litigation. Potential liability for the doctor if subpoenaed records have been destroyed. Diener objects. Freaking out. Fuck my life right now. This is bad for me. Us. Stating they appear to be discrediting Walla. Questions the relevance to the claim that Rick's Miranda rights were violated through coercion. Rick argues the line of question, Rozzy argues the line of questioning is relevant. States there was a violation of due process due to Rick's placement in DOC care despite his condition. Highlights the DOC rules and procedures are crucial to the case. Judge agrees with Rozzy's assessment of relevance. Rozzy provides Hashman with APA guidelines. That must be Harshman. Do you agree your connection was improper? I do. Wouldn't do it in retrospect. See, I'm unclear what that is, but moving on. DOC directive and RHU treatment. Razi introduces the DOC directive April 2022, Chapter 3, which addresses the IIAS, individuals with intellectual and other developmental disabilities settlement regarding the treatment of prisoners in restricted housing units. List appropriate facilities, notably Westville, is not included. Walla agrees. She followed the 30-day policy only because of the safekeeping status imposed upon Rick. Her statement, "It's what I was told, not my call. Wish I could have." Passing the buck, but also telling the truth. She wasn't going to get him out of that solitary confinement. Come on, let's be real here. Let's be real here. Yeah, how in the fuck did they get away with this? And a judge is sitting there. How did they get away with it? And the judge was sitting there the entire time, looking down her nose. Psychosis induced by stressors pertaining to confinement, brought up by Walla. Let's move on here to page 21. Question. When the guards took over, did they engage with Rick like the companions did? Answer. Walla nods but says, I can't watch them. So what are you going to believe? The words or the actions? Yeah, they fucking engaged. Did you see them engage? Not more than normal, bringing food, etc. Did you even witness solicitation of statements? I didn't witness that. Welcome to Friday show, y'all. Sorry. Yeah, fuck that bitch. It takes a special breed to abuse a prisoner in chains. Okay. Indiana State Prison concerns. Question. Did ISP want to talk to, Indiana State Police concerns. Now listen to, this is the part that I love this. Okay. Check this out, y'all. Did Indiana State Police want to talk to Alan through you? Answer, I think so. About the list and Alan, I thought it was strange. What? Am I the only one who reads these fucking documents and understands the statements? Jesus Christ, help me. It's hard to get through these shows. Did Indiana State Police want to talk through Alan through you? I think so. About the list and Alan. I thought it was strange. Walla said she talked to Rick and they decided against it. Fuck my life. Indiana can do what the fuck they want. If they can do this be on the record, and you just do what the fuck you want. You put the man behind bars, you get a jury to agree. It's all good. He's the killer. And remember, who is ISP, by the way? In other words, you know the question that wasn't asked? Young lady, Miss Walla, who was your point of contact at ISP? In other words, Monica Walla, ISP wants you to ask Rick questions. Who at ISP asked you what? And then you went to Rick and talked to him about it, and you guys both said, no, we're not going to do that. Who at ISP, Monica Walla? I have an idea. I mean, you only got fucking two choices. Let's be honest here. It's either Mullen or Holman. Mullen or Holman. So who was you talking to, Monica Walla? While you're simultaneously, you're in the Discord with this one, and then you're in the Twitter group chat with fucking Hoffman and the defense people and the other lawyers, Bob Mott and them, and then you're in this, and then you're over there with the fucking prosecution. Someone want to tell me why this shit is allowed? I don't. Let's move on. Okay, where are we? Fuck it, I'll read it again. It's that bad. Did ISP want to talk to Alan through you? I think so. About the list and Alan. I thought it was strange. I talked to Rick and we decided against it. Now moving on. Confirmation that Rick's baseline is depression and anxiety. Reference to large volume of documents received whatever, May 23rd. I don't know what that means. Acknowledgement that circumstances surrounding documentation changed by April 4th. Well, the reason for that is his condition in April of 2023. All right. Notes presented indicated disagreements about Rick's speech processes. Changes in Rick's presentation were noted. A visit was deemed potentially bothersome. On May 7th, a 24/7 watch was implemented. Reasoning unclear. All right, y'all. Companion statement sources. Clarification that previous quotes were from companions. What? Prior to April 4th, did he ever say he found God? Walla can't remember, but states Rick was not a religious at intake. On April 4th, April 5th, reports mention a change. Rick's statements and emotional effect. Discussion centers on Rick's statements about the facts and circumstances of his changes. Notes describe his conversations as casual, checking in on how Rick was feeling. Hey, how you doing today? Okay. Does he relate to his newfound religion to the crime? Initially, Walla responds that she doesn't think so. After reviewing the last line, she changes her answer to yes. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, you see the vibe. You catch the vibe. So the vibe is, no, his shit ain't related to, his religion shit ain't related to this crime. Initially, she responds, I don't think so. But then she thinks about that. She thinks about it. She says, yes. Mm-hmm. Let's railroad this motherfucker right now. Affect all over the place. Smiling to crying. Yeah, he's a human roller coaster, lady. All right. Assessment. Rick offered information without prompting. His reports about his feelings are questionable, aka not genuine. That's your opinion, dumbass. You think we're going to take your word? You think we're going to take your word for this shit, Monica Walla? Come on, man. You're the one who said, "Oh, I think he was faking it." Yeah, faking. Is he faking eating his own shit and banging his head against the wall and knocking himself out and doing all the fucking crazy shit? You think he's faking that shit? I'm not going to believe you as to whatever is genuine with that guy. Come on. All right. So it's noted that Rick's condition improved with injections. Oh. Walla reiterates she presented the injection option to Rick, but was not in his best interest to make statements giving his legal situation, implying his attorney would advise against it. Walla notes that in her notes, it appears Allen was feigning memory lapses and confusion. I'm not taking your word for any of this. Sorry, lady. Every time you say feigning and faking and questionable, no, sorry. Your word means nothing to me, bitch. Babe. I'm sorry, babe. Okay, April 12th, 2023. Remember, this is when he was in the middle of his bad shit. Rick refuses to leave recreation area for an interview. Walla notes that on one occasion, she was asked to determine if Rick's behavior was due to psychosis or feigning illness. You see how they're really pushing for that feigning shit. You see, they have to do that because if you're going to say that his confessions are legit, then you have to say he was faking the mental illness. That's why this goes like hand in hand. All right. Mention of videos showing Rick being transported to receive an injection. Haldol. Injections and oral medication. Weekly Haldol. Nightly for sleep. Wallace's assessment. Still, many days communication was impossible. You understand that? Many days communication was impossible. Concern about potential over-medication. I'll read it again because you guys don't really pick up on the shit I say. Many days with communication was impossible. Concern about potential over-medication. Observe that he slept a lot following the injection. Rick claimed he's just laying there. Prozac and Dr. Martin, in addition to Haldol, Rick was receiving Prozac, which he was on before his arrest. Dr. Martin visited once a week. Specifics are not mentioned. Rick's condition improved, and Haldol was eventually discontinued. All right. Now, here's a part where I have cried reading this. I have cried reading this. This is always the part where I sometimes cry. So I'm going to not do it tonight. But it's your trigger warning for those ladies in there that's sensitive. Weight fluctuations and control. Rick was obese upon intentionally skipped meals in an attempt to regain some control and be healthier. Observation. Lost weight, was healthy, and then by April 23rd, tanked. Not healthy. Eventually rebounded. Remember, we've seen those photos from April. Remember those photos? Or that photo? That one photo with the dirty shirt and the this shit and that shit and the other, and he's like skin and bone skeleton. And his skin is all weirdly colored. Conflicting statements and depression. Notes indicate that Rick could be highly talkative some days in April. Conflicting statements made. Want to kill myself and friends and family. Materially, I don't want to die. Too much of a coward, I don't. May 3rd, Rick experiences a seizure. He cries out for help and asks to call his wife, Kay. Kay does not answer the phone when Walla calls. Walla finds a cordless phone, locates the number, and assists Rick in dialing. Rick whispered to his attorney, possibly correcting something. Unclear how long Rick was without his tablet. Then Rick's confessing, I want to tell my wife what I've done. I want you to hear it. Rosie interrupts. Did he tell you what his wife said? Rick replied to Walla, she doesn't believe me. Dr. Dwanger's observations, maybe? She wants to add stressors, lack of consistent communication with the team. So Rick sometimes felt they didn't want to hear from him, especially during the period when he wanted to confess to many people. Notes that finding God brought Rick comfort. Dwanger claims Rick said, I'm going to get right with God. Walla asks if progress reports were noted. Notes were destroyed. Walla has never seen Silence of the Lambs. Haldol shots administered throughout June despite her protest. He runs from one side of the cell to the other, shaking. He has head injury. His hands are bruised. Tests are missing. There's discussion about he's feigning tests or things. And he lost 30 to 40 pounds in 2 months. Rick desired transfer. He wanted to go to transport to state hospital because he thought his family could see him there. No, bitch. He knew he was fucking sick. And then there's some vague reference here to Brian Harshman. Okay. Some vague reference to Brian Harshman. And y'all, that's it as far as those notes. But I got to say, I would love to see the transcript because just see, this is what this judge has done to all of us and to the world and to Rick. This judge has ensured this type of vagueness, confusion, cloudiness. She didn't want this broadcast because she didn't want this shit. I've said it from the very fucking, well, I called that shit from the beginning. I called it from the beginning. She didn't want this shit seen. None of it. And remember, like I said, we're not talking about this deleting 70 fucking days of interrogations or deleting or not testing other male DNA or any of the other bullshit. We're just strictly talking about Monica Walla. She didn't want that shit seen. And we don't even have a transcript. So we're forced to fucking rely on some lady who had to sit in a fucking courtroom uncomfortably, all right, with a pencil on a fucking notebook or notepad and try to keep up with all that's going on. So therefore, we end up with these scattered, partial, incomplete, confusement type of notes. But that's all we have. At least we have that. Like I said, you know the reason I use them? Because it's the best we have. Don't get it twisted. I have not found anything better. Look, you try dropping. Let me just say something. You try dropping 40 pounds in 2 months and see how you can do it. What do you have to do to drop fucking 40 pounds in 2 months? Basically starve, not eat at all. Zilch. All right. So I'm upset about this. Well, think where we started. Let me bring it back around. And let me just before we go too far, just say that I honestly do really appreciate all of you in the chat. I love you all in the chat so much. Some of you I can't stand your ass, but I love my chat. As long as you're nice to each other, I'm good. But I know that we're all here for the same reason. See, this is where I'm getting at with the love. I love you all in my chat because listen, I said so many times, I'm not here for just Rick Allen. This goes back to Abby and Libby because listen, the whole deal is that they had to do this to Rick Allen in order to prevent the truth about Abby and Libby from coming to light. This whole thing has been an attempt. It's a berry job. Okay, it's a berry job. You know what that is. They really did think that they could grab Rick Allen, they could have him plead guilty, be done with it. It's a total berry job. Everything goes away forever. And he fucked up their plans. He fucked up their plans because although he 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 was brought to this point, they didn't defeat him. You know what I mean? Like he somehow weathered the storm and he came out on the other end and didn't go with the program despite being tortured and drugged for over a year. No, I ask you, how many do you think they fucking done that to? Just in this state alone. Just this group of guys. And hey, when you see those fucking pictures of Brad Holder and Nicholas McClellan and Logan Holder all in the same fucking lodge, do you think that's a fucking joke? Just a rhetorical question for you idiots in the back. Do you really think it's a fucking coincidence that all these people are from the same lodges? Kathy Shanks people, Mike Patty's, fucking Nicholas McClellan, the Holders, blah, 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 blah. But I'm bringing you back to this where we started, coming full circle. Remember, this is the Caitlin Kendall. She did the absolute fucking best. Let me give her props right now. Caitlin. Caitlin. Good job, Caitlin Kendall, WRTV staff. You actually did the best job at covering this, Dr. Deanna Doinger. All right, remember, this is what we started with because I wanted you to see specifically the points that she lays out. And you can find this online. Search WRTV Day 13, Caitlin Kendall coverage of Delphi murders trial. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for giving the round of applause to Caitlin. Okay, because she did come out with the most thorough and unbiased telling of this. Again, the defense attorney, no, they didn't mean that. The defense attorney asked Miss Dwinger or Dr. Dwinger about her interactions with Dr. Wallace. She said Walla told her of her interest in the Richard Allen case after she was assigned to the case. Walla told her she was a true crime fan and listened to Delphi podcast. She said she sought counsel from a supervisor regarding the information. Dwinger also testified she knew Dr. Walla had visited the High Bridge before Allen arrived in Westville. And she goes on. Remember, we started with this, and I wanted to bring you full circle through this because this was my intention, to bring the focus tonight. Let me remove this. I wanted to bring this focus back to the fact that, listen, you're going to have to get to a place where you can acknowledge the fact that Richard Allen was literally tortured and drugged in order to produce these confessions. Now, am I saying he's innocent? No. Am I saying he's not involved? No. Am I saying he's guilty? No. Am I saying he's not guilty? No. I'm not saying shit about any of the reality of the case. I'm saying the reality of what happened in Westville cannot be denied. You lied on the PCA to get him into this whole system going. You arrested him with a bullshit lie. And remember, we're going to eventually get that video. We will get that video. So eventually, we'll see how he was arrested. But I mean, come on, 1965 comment. Now we see that we have two witnesses to a vehicle similar to that. Come on. And Tony Liggett tried to turn it into Richard Allen's vehicle, just like he tried to turn all the witness descriptions of all kind of different people into Richard Allen. He tried to make that blue jacket Richard Allen's, although Richard Allen didn't get that jacket till years after the Delphi murders. So this is like lies, 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 stacking up like fucking pancakes. You have to be able to admit that the man was literally tortured, Guantanamo Bay style, and drugged, which means Haldol for how long? We don't know. Do you actually think there's a record of that? Come on, even he doesn't know. Can we be real here? Do you think Richard Allen knows how many fucking times he was injected? Come on, man. That's why you can't believe the fucking troll farm. They'll never acknowledge or say, yeah, he was abused. Yeah, no, he was injected. No. And hey, up in the last show, I forget what it's called. You know, I just named these spontaneously, but let's see. I called it Debunking the State. We specifically went into where Baldwin, it's kind of cute. Okay. Baldwin reiterates or retells or summarizes the state's theory of the crime. Remember, we just read through that? I can pull it up if I want, but I don't feel like I need to. My point is this. In this last show we did prior, Baldwin reiterates or retells or summarizes the state's theory of the crime. And literally, you can't make this shit up. Like basically the state's theory of the crime is the same bullshit fucking speculative theory that YouTubers came up with 7 years ago. Are you telling me that Gray Hughes and Sleuth Intuition stumbled into the fucking boom revelation? Yeah, they're genius. They're genius. They dreamed up a speculative fucking scenario of a crime, and it just turns out that the state that's the state's theory of the crime. And you know it's odd, jury, because you went ahead and convicted the man with that fucking theory of the crime, although everything in the world proves that that theory of the crime is absolutely impossible. Like, you tell me how that theory of the crime works, and someone's manipulating that fucking headphone jack. The girls' bodies are moved several times. Uh, there's like all this weird shit with the clothes on, the clothes off, the clothes on, all clothes off, and the catfishing of Anthony Shots to get the girls out there, and the sending of money from Kelsey to Anthony Shots, and all the bullshit, the duping delight from the family, and all the fucking early videos. Committed a grave error. Oh, sorry. Delphi Docs has a rule. Yeah, in Delphi Docs, you cannot, number one rule. I'm serious. Go do it now. Go to Delphi Docs. Look at community guidelines. Number one fucking rule. Do not question the family. Oh my God. Delphi Docs. Oh, they're the fucking the best in the. Come on, man. Fuck off. Like I said, this case has been infiltrated with disinformation, misinformation, controlled opposition. There's just so fucking much to it. But everything speaks for itself. And that's what I mean by you cannot get away from the fact that things speak for themselves. And although it may take time, the truth will come to light, because since things do speak for themselves, they're already out there right in front of you. It's just going to be when you can remove those scales from your eyes and see for yourself what's literally in front of you. And hey, it's tough. That's why it's called a red pill. Hey, when you remember in the Matrix, the red pill is that reality is pretty fucking disheartening when you see it. So most choose to chew on that fucking blue pill, and they will never stop. What I still wait for, last proof of life of those two girls, those answer a lot of questions. That'll answer a lot of questions. And so I'll wait. And until then, I'll still be skeptical. And I'll still keep speaking the truth about what I see. And I mean, dude, if you can't look at this day 13, November 1st, 2024, at Miss Deanna DeWinger's testimony, look at Monica Wallace's testimony, behavior, and also Robert Baston, and just try to understand what was going on in Westville. Seems pretty clear. But y'all, so anyway, I didn't intend to go this long. Normally on Fridays, I like to keep it at 2.5 hours. But somehow all of that took a little while. I guess I commented a lot into the yellow notes section. So my commentary pushed us in to overtime. But I want to say thank you for being here, especially to my amazing chat. I've been seeing you here. Uh, I've been seeing you guys, okay, as we go through this. Um, and just to say again, please support the channel. Hit that thumbs up. And those of you who are donators and supporters in that way, please donate to the channel, hit the Cash App, and buy me a coffee. And there's other ways and all of that stuff. For the replayers, those on the replay, please go ahead and hit up that comment section. Let us know what you think. I honestly don't think any of that shit affects the algorithm. I don't think it's about the algorithm. I think it's about it's nice. It's a nice community, and this community has literally gone from zero to, I don't know, we're at 5, 7,000, somewhere in there. Okay, we got thousands. I know some of you subscribe to both channels, so it's a hard count to keep accurate, but we're nearing the 5 to 7,000 range of people out there who watch the channel. And it's interesting because I've said before, I never intended to come on and talk about this as much as I have, but I have. And I don't see a way to stop until we see some sort of changes take place. And that's where I'm at now. And so I'd like to share something with you. I'm going to give you well, you know what? You can go and figure out how to report it yourself. But if you want to talk about this with people who might matter, the United States Department of Health and Human Services Office for Civil Rights is a good place to start regarding what happened in Westville. So you can Google it up. You're looking for the Mid-Atlantic region in Philadelphia. Okay, United States Department of Health and Human Services Office for Civil Rights, Mid-Atlantic region. You can contact them with your concerns. And the best way I know to describe it to you is to do a brief email or form submission outlining your major concerns about what happened to Richard Allen in Westville. Okay, and that centers upon his treatment as a pretrial detainee. And so no one has to tell you what to write. You can, it's best heard in your own words. That's called organic. It's something that politics doesn't know much about anymore. But try to be organic. Briefly lay out what you're concerned about, get it off the chest, 2 paragraphs, send it in, let them know what's your concern. And maybe Diana, you can please drop a link, and maybe what I'm saying is Diana may be able to know, she might know some other avenues where complaints may be forwarded, because I just find it hard to believe that it would be allowed. Just seems like conflicts of interest. Blatant violations of protocol. Whole lot of concerns, but I hope you enjoyed this particular show. Like I said, I knew it would not be that positive. Other than for the sharing of information, okay? So all of this information, by the way, is available to you. It is. It's all there on the internet. Regarding this Dr. Deanna Dwinger, this was all November 1st, 2024, which was day 13 of trial. You can go read about it. Hopefully, one day we might get the transcripts. This Manakawala, which concerned me today, was the July 31st. And that's not available as a transcript, but there's some coverage of it. And remember, Dr. Manakawala also testified in trial against Richard Allen, which is astonishing. According to her, he was faking it, but not according to anyone else above her. But that's what your true crime fan, Gray Hughes, Murder Sheet fanatic, info farmer, and wolf in sheep's clothing, Manakawala, pulled in the Delphi murders case to avert justice for Abby and Libby, to stab them in the backs as if they had already not been hurt enough. So there you go, sweetheart. IDOC policies and civil rights. Yeah, let me put this up because I agree with this, sweet cheeks. They're running Stalinist gulags all over the country. Let's be clear about that, not just Indiana. But I've said so many times. Question for you, and this I know Four Pits is left, but I know Four Pits can understand this. When you're sentenced to time, time is your penalty. Not abuse, not torture, not drugs, not embarrassment, not death. The time is your penance. So abuse in prisons is never acceptable. And we know it happens everywhere. But for Richard Allen, you really have to think. He's a pretrial detainee when this is happening, which means he's not a convicted criminal. He's not guilty. He's not even at all near that place, which means he's just like you and me and anyone else around, which means you or me or anyone else around could be subjected to the same. And boy, that just doesn't seem right, does it? Anyhow, I like to thank all you sweethearts, especially the ladies in the chat. You're the best ladies in YouTube. And my fellas in the chat, you're the best guys in YouTube. You guys have been super duper awesome. Every single show, every single time you're here. And it's funny because even when we have the dumbass come in, it's like the dumbass coming into a good bar. It's like, we'll all kick your ass and you're out of here. So it never bothers me. Don't let it bother you. It doesn't bother me, but these dumbasses, you cannot believe the shit we have to deal with in Delphi, which tells you it's not the norm. It's abnormal. Something's wrong here. But with that, I'll leave it. I want to thank everyone who sent me a message. Thank you, special thank you to Christy and anyone who sent me a message or a cash app or buy me coffee. Someone messaged me about a membership, and I meant to say, I'll have to find who that is. Someone bought a membership on Buy Me a Coffee and wondered why it didn't show on YouTube because it's two separate things. So please don't be confused about that. The Buy Me a Coffee is a way to have a membership that supports me independently and just keeps it going. If you do a subscription like that, if you do a membership on YouTube, it's a whole different thing with the little icon. And remember, they take a third. YouTube takes damn near 30% or so of any monies that go through YouTube. So when I suggest Buy Me a Coffee or Cash App, it's because it's a less of a percentage they take. But I do appreciate the YouTube memberships as well because I really love it when someone gifts like memberships to the chat because chat members suddenly get gifts, and I like gifts. Anyway, so thank you for anyone who's ever supported the channel, and especially those of you tonight. And on the replay, you can support with a thumbs up in the comments. And shout out to the supporters tonight: Keith Kellogg, Rebecca Ann, Jennifer Hoff, Indy Cindy, and the Cash Appers, and all you lovely people. Anyway, I love you guys. I'm out of here. I know it's late, and I am tired. So I'm out of here. And God bless Libby and Abby. God bless Richard Allen and all of you. And we'll catch you on the next go round. Probably be a couple days. So God bless. And hey, go check out that crypto news. All right. Bye, guys.